Hello, and welcome. Welcome to Unreal Engine 5 full architectural rendering course. I'm Gediminas Kirdeikis, and I will be your teacher for this whole journey of us creating the, both architectural visualizations as well as architectural renders from start to finish in Unreal Engine 5. So to begin, we of course need a model, architectural model, and I have one in Rhino that was done in Rhino, and I will be using that. If you want this particular model to follow along precisely step by step, then consider supporting the channel on Patreon, because I just put up every single thing that I create and I use for my Patreon supporters. But you don't need this model to be able to follow along. You can use your own. So while this is a Rhino model, you will be able to follow along even if you have, your 3D model in 3ds Max or Cinema 4D, Revit, SketchUp is popular, right, and any other software. So if you're that kind of a person that does not use Rhino, that came out wrong, doesn't matter, then just skip ahead to the export stage. But for Rhino users, stay a while and listen. So in terms of preparing the model for Unreal Engine rendering, there are not that many things to do. You need to make sure that you are in centimeters rather than millimeters, that your units are centimeters. So I'll just type in units, enter, because Unreal Engine uses centimeters as its base unit. Right? And after typing in units, I'll just go to model units, and instead of millimeters, I'll use centimeters, like that. Hit OK. Asks me, would I like to scale the model? I believe it's a no, so I'll press no. And then just to make sure, I will measure, one of these elements to see if I didn't mess up. So for instance, what's the thickness of this roof? Distance from point to point, 200 centimeters. That is a boo-boo. That's a mistake. So apparently you do need to scale. Really quickly, Ctrl Z, units, Ctrl Z to undo, units, back to centimeters, hit OK, and this time I will press scale model by 0.1. I will press yes. We wait for it a bit. Oh, there we go. Got scaled. And now if I measure this, this should be 20 centimeters. Exactly. Well, almost. I think I misclicked, but it is very close to 20 centimeters. Now you will notice that all of my soft edges that I have created, for instance, let me isolate this one out. You can see that my geometry and the actual produced mesh are two different geometries, right? So this is due to the property in Rhino that's called edge softening. If I select my geometry and I go to properties tab, and I click on this edge softening icon right here. Click. Here I can choose to have this kind of a chamfer. This chamfer is very good if you are rendering with inside of Rhino, if you need it inside of Rhino, because it creates these kind of chamfers that catch light. And typically you have like 3mm chamfers that are very, very kind of small, and they just kind of catch a glimpse of, reflected light, which makes any kind of geometry more believable. We don't need that. We don't need that. So I will untick this, and actually I will just show all of the objects, select everything in my scene, go to edge softening, and untick the edge softening for all of my objects. Once that is done, I can click Ctrl S to save, and just really quickly I will have this saved. Once this is done, I will start talking about the layering, because it's quite important in Rhino to have all of your objects in correct layers and to have a pretty clean system, because that will make your life much easier later down the line in Unreal Engine once you will start applying materials. Because materials apply to objects per layer basis, which means if I go to layers here, you can see that all of my layers are named according to the materials that will be used for those layers. So what's a good example? Yeah, I guess glass, right? So these plates right here, they're just glass, and if I hide it, that's my that's my glass layer. Once I'm in Unreal Engine, I will just be able to apply the glass material onto every single object that is within the glass layer. So make sure that you structure your layers in this way. And I would also suggest just coloring the layers in different colors, just so that visually it's easier for you to understand, what's where and what are you dealing with in your model. Just really helps out visually. So you can see that all of my layers have different colors here. All right, with these steps done, your file is kind of ready to go, honestly. I mean, there are a few more things that I might note, but I will talk about them a little bit later. Well, let me do one last thing. Lights. Let me select the objects of the lights layer. So lights that are created in, will this be better? No, it's not. Never mind. Lights that are created in Rhino, these are just rectangular lights, that are created in Rhino, transfer to Unreal Engine and can be used as light sources in Unreal Engine. So you can preemptively create lights, right? To do so, you just go to, was it rendering tools? No, it's not. Or was it? No, yes, it is. Rendering tools, create rectangular light, and I have just created these planes on my elements right here, right? So a little bit of accent lighting that will be shown, just to kind of give you an idea of how the lights transfer. Besides that, most of the lighting can be set up, or you're able to set up even this kind of lighting in Unreal Engine, right? So if you don't have any lights, don't worry about it, it's fine. Now we can move on to exporting. Exporting is done with a plugin that's called Datasmith. And as you can see, the plugin can be installed to 3ds Max, Cinema 4D, Revit, SketchUp, all of these programs, right? So this is where all of the people who left, early on in this course, in this video, now are coming back and then learning about this, because the pipeline, so to say, is going to be very similar from here on out, right, for all of these users. So you just download the Datasmith plugin, you install it on your machines, and for different softwares it's gonna pop up in a different way, but for Rhino users it's just going to be this kind of a table. Let me just clean up the background. There we go. It's kind of a table that has 5 buttons in it, right? And you can just click on the top toolbar here and drag and drop it in to any portion of your screen. Let me just scooch D5 and V-Ray away for now. And yeah, so we have synchronize, toggle auto synchronization, connections, export 3D view, and messages. I will go through these once we start actually exporting into Unreal Engine, but before we do that, we need to run Unreal Engine and actually set up the scene there, right, for us to get the file in. So let's switch to Unreal Engine. Alright, so in terms of Unreal Engine 5, there are a few versions for us to choose from, at least at the time of the recording. if I go to my Epic Games browser, go to Unreal Engine, click on library, you can see that I have two engine versions installed. One is 5.1.1, which is the currently, at the time of recording, stable version, and 5.2.0, which is an, a newer but unstable version, still in development. So just to increase the longevity of this course, I will be using 5.2.0, but you can choose either one for yourself, because the menus are going to be exactly the same between the two. So click launch. For you, if this is your first time launching Unreal Engine, it's going to take a little bit longer than for me, maybe a minute or so, but eventually you'll be you will receive this kind of a window. You will be presented with this window called Unreal Project Browser. The project browser enables you to either open old projects or create new ones from templates. And we have 5 templates to choose from and a few sub-templates there. Simulation. I'll go bottom up. Simulation. And it has like a simple little explanation for each of these. I will not read them for you. We have cars, automotive, or product design. We have architecture templates. We have film and video templates, and we have video game templates. And I personally would say that the architecture template is most likely the best way for us to start our project with. Best way, like it's the best template to start our project with. But in terms of sub templates, I would not go for ArchViz, just because it has a lot of trash that you don't really need. Like it's very good if you're in it on your own and trying to understand what's going on with the Unreal Engine, but I'm here for that. So instead we will start with a blank template, and I will explain different components within Unreal Engine verbally, rather than you having them presented to you in a template, as a tutorial. So we choose blank template. We go for project location. That's the default one for me, is fine. And the project name is going to be just YouTube course. And I'll hit create. Once I've done that, it's going to start calculating the global shadings, global shaders, and compiling them. And you can see it needs to go through like 1,000 of them. This typically takes between 20 seconds and then like 20 minutes. And I don't understand why that range is so different. It seems like for me right now it's gonna take closer to 20 seconds. So we're happy with that. While this is loading, I'll talk really quickly about Unreal Engine itself. So Unreal Engine is a video game engine, right? So it's not restricted to just rendering or animation creation. It can have more functionalities, right? It can do virtual reality. You can make games, and in a very, very broad sense of the word, games, interactive environments, right? So because of this, I feel like Unreal Engine 5 is the strongest possible design representation tool that you can learn, period. No questions about it. There is not a single other tool that can be stronger than this. With that being said, it is the hardest representation tool that you can learn, right? So there's of course a trade-off. Now I can see that I need to move myself somewhere here, just so that we are not blocking anything, right? I know that some people don't like a talking head, and while others prefer a talking head, and statistically speaking, more people prefer a talking head. So I'm staying in this viewport. I'm just gonna try to make sure that I'm not blocking it. Anyway, in terms of what you see now with the project loaded in, it's pretty straightforward. You have the viewport, the big window here. If you right click your mouse in the viewport, you can look around. Right click and hold, you can look around. If you right click hold, or I don't think, yeah, you do. If you right click hold and press W, you're moving forward, S backwards, A left, D right. WASD movement, like in video games, right? So you're flying around. Then you have Q to go down and E to go up, right? So you're piloting your camera this way. If you're not used to this, it's gonna come to you really easily, really quickly. I would give it like 20 minutes, an hour maybe, and you will start getting the feel of it, and in a day or so it's gonna feel quite natural. I understand that Revit users and so on are much more used to scroll wheel, which can also be done in Unreal Engine to zoom in, zoom out, but unfortunately, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit worse than just WASD. Okay, in terms of the viewport itself, there are a few settings that you can change. Right, so let's go from top left and let's just look at all of the different settings that you have within the viewport. So if I click on the furthest top left icon here, you can see that there is this real-time button. The real-time button enables you to turn off any animations that are currently being simulated or playing in the viewport. If your computer is really chugging along and not having a good time, you can just turn off the real-time animations, and then the clouds stop being clouds and they just freeze. I really hope that now if I turn this back on, yeah, they're moving. Okay, thank God. Okay, the clouds are moving. Right, so those kind of animations, it builds up really quickly once you have trees and wind. Yeah, those kind of simulations really take a toll on the graphics card, right? So that's one very good thing to have. Show FPS, this tick mark right here, show FPS, shows you how many frames per second are being generated, right? So I would suggest like anything above 30 frames per second is decent, is fine. Unless you're doing virtual reality, then you need like 90 for people not to get seasick or motion sick. But like 120 frames per second is complete like overkill. So you would need to start optimizing your scene if this number drops below 30, and it's gonna turn red, so you will notice. So that's frames per second. There's more statistics that you can look at, but let's not get into it too much, right? And in terms of all of the different settings that you can go for and that you can choose, especially advanced settings, I will not be covering them as much because I feel like this needs to be like an intro course and this would take just too long. We don't want like a 12-hour course again. The last one that I will kind of show you is field of view, where you can change the angle of the camera, right? Don't mess with this because every camera that is in the scene can have its own unique field of view. So the viewport camera that you're using to navigate in the viewport does not need to change. It does not need its own field of view. So don't mess with that. Now here under perspective, you can change to top, bottom, left, like to different angles, as well as you can change the camera to the actual actor, right, of your to actual cinematic camera actor. So you can either go for perspective, just general perspective view, or you can go for top, right, left. Probably should zoom out, right, like that. Or you can go just for the cinema actor. Wait for it, it's now freaking out for some reason. Why is it so bright? Doesn't matter. doesn't matter. I'm gonna keep it the way it is. All right, I think we are still... Are we piloting this? No, we're not. Okay, never mind. In terms of the different views, you can switch through them here. There's also a possibility to switch to cinematic view, which takes a while to go in, but cinematic view hides all of the... You can see the boxes for like the different volumes and so on. All of the helper geometry that is actually not geometry is hidden in the cinematic view. Default viewport shows you, all of the different icons and different things that you have in the scene that are not necessarily geometry. So that's a thing. Then in terms of lit, here you have like different previews of the viewport, of how the viewport is shown. So you have the shaded, which is lit viewport. Basically, if we have any kind of a... I guess we should create like a... Apologies, I'm jumping back and forth, but I really want like a box in here to show the difference between lit and unlit. So let's create a box, and after we've done that, I won't explain anything else about the box, but let's first create the box. To do that, you click on this little icon right here, quickly add to the project icon, bam. You go to basic, I lied, you go to shapes, and you create a cube. That's it. That's the cube. And it's placed at 0, 0, 0, I believe. No, it's not, doesn't matter. Hey, you can just move it around and click anywhere else, and ta-da, you have a cube. If you want to focus into the cube, right? If, let's say, you're very far away and you don't want to like navigate to it, you can just select the cube and type in or just press F for focus, and now your camera immediately focuses on the object, right? So now back to lit and lit. We have our little cube here, and we have our lit option. So if I change this to unlit, you can see that now all I can see is the textures, and there's no shadows, no light, no nothing, right? It's just textures. For those of you who are working with laptops, this at later stages of the project, this is going to be the preview mode that you will be using more, simply because it's going to be faster. Lit preview mode usually, starts suffering. Also, why is my frame counter not showing up? I want to see it. There we go. There's also wireframe mode, but I don't know. I don't use it. Right? And I mean, I say also wireframe mode. There's so many different modes that you can see here. There's the lighting only mode. So basically no textures. There's detail lighting only mode. There's reflections only mode, right? So everything is chrome. There is what's a good one? Optimization. No, there's a path tracing mode that is now going to take a while to start up. It's basically, path tracing is a non-real-time rendering preview that actually renders the scene, like it traces the rays of the scene. So this is the most accurate rendering method that you can have. I would suggest not using it, honestly, because the future of architectural visualization is real-time rendering and real-time ray tracing rather than path tracing. All right, and let me show you something cool. So let's say nanite overview. Nope. Really? Now it's not gonna show me. 1 second. Oh, I think maybe I have nanite turned off. So maybe lumen overview? Yeah. So you can have like different optimization windows that will help you understanding how is the light calculated, right? And what kind of layering comes into getting the light going. In terms of nanite, I will need to look into that because we definitely want nanite in our scene. I will talk about nanite in a second. I'm switching back to lit mode because that's what we will be using most of the time. Then we have the show. Basically, what kind of things do you want to see in your scene? You want to see most of it. You don't want to see collision. Keep it as default is what I'm saying. Keep it as default. Then on the right hand side, top right hand side, we have our gumball. I guess in Rhino it's called gumball, but like move, rotate, scale gizmos. So if I select my box, by default you can see it's set to move. There's also just object selection tool, right? Just a mouse. But if I switch to move, then I can move it. If I switch to rotate, I can rotate it. If I switch to scale, I can scale it. Scaling in all three directions is done by clicking and dragging on the top. On the middle box. If you want to scale it in one direction, you drag it on one of these axes, right? Something like that. Apologies. There we go. Then we have this weird icon right here that cycles between global and local coordinate systems. What it means is that if you rotate your object, let's say like that, and let me just move it up, you can see that now after the object has been rotated, the axes don't align, the movement axes don't align with the object. That's because currently this is set to a global coordinate system. If I click on this, now you can see that the axes align, and that's because the coordinate system is set to a local one of this object, right? So now the XYZ axes are rotated according to how the object was rotated. Quite a handy tool. Then we have the object snapping to surfaces tool, which does not... there we go. Let me do that again. So if I click the surface snapping, if I tick mark that tool, right, like so, it's going to catch, like any object that you drag is going to catch, what's the word? Oops. The surface either underneath or next to it, and it's going to snap to the surface just like so. All right. Useful for foliage and so on, but not really useful for anything else. So usually we have this turned off. Surface snapping off unless we need it. Then we have grid snapping. If you click on the number, that's the increments in centimeters in terms of the grid snap. So you can see now it's moving every 10 centimeters. If I increase this to 500, right, much larger step size, back to 10 centimeters, and then you can turn it off altogether. Then we have the same thing with the angle snap and the scale snap. So angle snap every 10 degrees, scale snap every 0.25, like the factor 0.25 of scale. And then we have the camera speed setting, which is basically you click on the camera speed and you change it to, let's say, 8. Now, as you're navigating, you're flying real fast, right? If you switch this to low, 0.033, you can see how slow you get. So usually you work with values around 1 because that's like normal human scale, and if you need to do some really detailed work, then you do like 0.0 or 0.1 or something like that. That's the camera speed. And then if you want more than one viewport, you just click on this icon. You get more than like all 4 viewports and you can work on them individually. It's weird that they kind of influence one another. Anyway, I would suggest working on a single viewport this whole project, as will I. Right, so that's that about the viewport itself. All of the objects that are listed in the viewport or that are shown in the world, that are populating the world, not just geometries but also like fog and the north arrow thing and this post-processing volume box here and the cameras, all of them are listed in this outliner that is in the top right corner, like so. So you can see the floor, the cube that we've created, and then so on, right? So it's quite a good thing to just see the outliner and be able to create, or not create, select the objects within the outliner. So make sure that you have that kind of cleaned up. I believe if we press the play button now, yeah, if you press the top play button, then you will be presented in a view of how it would look like if an exe file would be exported. So the play button is here in the top. We will not be pressing it a lot during this whole tutorial or course. Maybe at the end I will show you a few neat little things that you can do with it, but for now we will stay away from it. The reason why I pressed it in the first place is because I saw here the player start icon, which usually tends to spawn. That's where you start the game, right? Where when you press play, you are born, so to say, into the world in that particular location, right, of player start. Anyway, if I select my box right now, I can see that it gets highlighted in the outliner, and also I get this details panel shown to me, and the details panel basically has everything. There we go, every single setting that this particular geometry might have, right, or could have. Starting with the actual geometry itself, what kind of geometry is it, ending with, you know, like the mass, how heavy it is, what kind of sound does it make when the footsteps step on it, like a bunch of different things, including the materials. So I can switch materials by just changing the material here. We'll be working with this particular thing quite a lot. All right, so that's the details, and you can see the details are unique per every object, right? So every object has its own details. For instance, if I let's go back to cube. Here I can change the location just from this panel alone without actually needing to use the arrows, right? So I can type in the coordinates in which I want my object to be. I can also type in the scale at which 20, at which I want this object to be, right? Like that. All right. Then also we have a world settings tab right here. The world settings tab you don't mess around with because it's very easy to mess things up, and usually you just go to you go into it when you definitely need to change something, right? That's the rule. So don't mess with it just yet. Let's go back to details tab. Now I think we are ready to import our model into this file. So you can either you can do two things. You can either create a new level, because now we the way Unreal Engine works is in levels, right? So you can have in one project you can have multiple levels with multiple how do you say, architecture visualization objects, or projects, sorry. So in one Unreal Engine project, you can have multiple architectural visualization projects, right, in form of levels, which I think we should do. I think we should create a new level. So let me show you how. Under content drawer here in the bottom, this is basically everything that you have in your like all of the resources, all of the files, everything is going to be located in this content drawer. So trees, materials, textures, levels, blueprints, I'll talk about blueprints in a second, and so on. Everything is located here, and actually will have its own little folder in the your documents folder on Windows. So this is a very important window, I guess, to have. All right. So what we will do with it, with Content Browser opened, I will click on this dock in Layout button, like that. And if it doesn't dock here in the bottom for you, then you can just click on the Content Browser name here, click and drag, and you can dock it to anywhere, honestly, wherever you want. But I will be docking it just to right here to bottom of the window, Content Browser. All right. So how do you create a new layer? How do you create a new level? To do that, I will actually just first create a new folder rather than a new level. So under you can see here all content archivist default. So under content, under here, under this folder, I will create a new one. So I will just right click anywhere and choose new folder. I'll just name it levels. And now you can see under content, we have archivist default, which is, you know, the stuff that Unreal Engine created. And we have our levels folder that we have just created. In this folder, I will create a new level. So you right click again and you choose level. That's as easy as it is. Level. And we call it building 1. Building 1. Something like that, right? So this level is created, great. Now I need to open it, I need to run it. So I'll just double click on it. It asks me to save the old level before I can open a new one. That's fine, save selected, we're fine with that. And now a new level is opened. It's going to be completely black because we don't, you can see here, we have absolutely nothing in our outliner, right? So there's no geometry, there's no light, there's no nothing. So what do we do? Well, the first thing to do is actually to get some geometry going, right? And to do that, we can either start importing our building, or we can, one second, I need coffee. Or we can create, just as I did with the box, quick add to the project, shapes, cube or sphere. Let's just add a sphere, right? If I click anywhere on the screen outside of where the sphere is, you can see that it's still pitch black, and that's because, well, there's no light, right? So our sphere is just in the middle of darkness. If I change this from lit to unlit, now I can actually see where the sphere is. So it's actually not that big of a deal that we don't have light. I think at this point we can just import our project, and then we will create light for the project. Or should we do it the other way around? Perhaps let's do it other way around, right? All right. Let's first create light for this sphere so that the lit works, and then we will import the project. Yeah, I think that even though I work opposite way, I first get the geometry in and then create the light. I think for you visually it would be easier to first see the actual sphere, right? So To create the light, it's actually very easy in Unreal Engine. You need to go to Window and choose Environment Light Mixer. This is like a very, very useful tool that for some reason people don't really use. I don't know why, but it's super useful to create lights. Environment Light Mixer, like that. Opens up a new tab right here, which I will just drag and dock it. Oops, dock it right like so. So now I have Content Browser here, Environment Light Mixer here, 2 tabs. So to create a light condition in our scene, we need to create a skylight, which is basically our environment light. Then we need to create atmospheric lights. We need to create sky atmosphere. So now we have the sky. We need to create volumetric clouds. And we need to create height fog. That's it. We have ourselves a little bit of a light situation going on. Now in terms of, and you can see that all of them are kind of created, apologies, all of them are created right here, right? So the only one that I'm not so sure about is, no, the skylight is actually fine. Just wonder about the sphere. 1 second. Seems like the sphere is not really happy with the, like the shadow of the sphere is still very dark, which we will need to keep an eye out for. Maybe the exponential height fog hasn't kicked in or something like that, but this should be the correct way of how to do it. I've never had problems with it, so I will trust the process, so to say. Trust the process. At this point I will delete the sphere because we don't need it. We have our nice environment in which we can actually import our building. So let's do that. One last thing, sorry. Before we do that, I want all of these little icons that are the directional light and the exponential height fog and the sky atmosphere, like all of these different icons that represent different lighting conditions, right? I want them to be, maybe this one is, don't do that. I want them to be grouped here so that I can just kind of condense them into one folder right here. So I'll just right click in my outliner, create folder, name it light, and environment. Select all of these lights, drag and drop them in, minimize, that's it. Now they can live there happily ever after. If I want to, I can go back in here, select all of them, and just drag them away from my 0, 0, 0 coordinate that is going to be populated with the building. So now, finally, we can import our building. I will prepare a folder, so I'll go back to content, and I'll create a new folder. Called, let's say geometry. Open that one up, and inside of geometry folder, I'll create a new one called building one underscore Datasmith. And my Datasmith like import from Rhino will live inside of this folder. So content, geometry, building one, Datasmith. Now back in Rhino, we need to synchronize the file with Unreal Engine, right? So that the geometry that we have here actually gets linked, like a live link is created between the geometry that we have there into here, into our building one Datasmith folder. There are two ways of how you can do that. Either a live data link between Rhino and Datasmith, so every time you, or Rhino and Unreal, so every time you change some geometry and you move it around and so on, it gets updated inside of Unreal Engine. Or you can do a static export, which is just the current state of your project is exported into Unreal Engine and it's not dynamic anymore, right? I can show you both ways of how to do this, but in my opinion, a much more stable way is actually to do it static, right? Especially if you're sharing your Datasmith file with other team members, then this becomes much more of a foolproof thing that you don't mess up as much, with a lack of convenience of it being dynamic. So if you want to change something, you would actually need to get in there and change it manually later down the line, or re-import it manually later down the line. I will show you both ways of how to do this. But I will choose the static one later. So the real-time link between Rhino or any software that you have and Unreal is done by creating it's kind of a Datasmith direct link import, right? So if you don't see this under quickly add to the project Datasmith direct link import, or if you don't see Datasmith all together, that means you need to first install a plugin. And you install plugins into Unreal Engine through settings, plugins, settings top right corner, by the way, plugins, and here typing in Datasmith. And make sure that you're tick marking Datasmith CAD importer rather than Datasmith Cinema 4D importer. Actually, you can use all of these, like just tick mark all of these and it's gonna work. But the CAD importer is actually the one that we will be using. That's used for Rhino. All right. Once you tick mark that, it's probably going to ask you to restart Unreal Engine. Do that, and then you will be good to go. So once it's installed, then you will see the Datasmith file here, which will ask you for two things: file import, that's the static one, and direct link import, that's the dynamic one. I'll choose direct link import here, where it's going to list all of the opened Rhino files that it currently has access to, right? So I have the Rhino file right here, right? In my Rhino, if I click on connections, it's Datasmith direct link connections. It still does not see any connections here, so it does not, how do I say? It means that the Rhino file does not know that it's being linked currently, which is fine. Right, back in here in Unreal Engine, I'll just select my Rhino file, click on select, and it's going to basically create a connection for me. Now back in, back in Rhino, I can now click on connections, and you'll see that indeed once I selected that particular Rhino file, my base model file, a connection has been established between Unreal Engine and Rhino. That's good, which means that now if I synchronize with direct link, bam, it exports the meshes. We go back in here, we go to file, Datasmith, direct link import, select it again, hit select, and now it is going to let me choose the location where I want to import my project, right? So I can choose building one Datasmith, right? Something like that. And at that point I would hit OK, and it would just kind of populate the scene with my Rhino file. I will not be doing that. I will not be doing that because as I said, I want a static object, and this is my course, so I do what I want. So I'll hit cancel and I'll show you how to do a static export. You know, a current state of the file is exported into Unreal Engine. So to do that, I will just click on this icon, export 3D view, like that. I will go to, let's say, yeah, sure, we can stick to rendering. I'll just call this UE5 Datasmith, like that. And I'll just, yeah, I'll leave it as base model.uDatasmith, right? I hit save, and it's just going to export my Datasmith file as an external little file that you can also, by the way, send now to your co-workers for them to work with the file that you've just exported. Much more stable, in my opinion, a much more stable workflow, especially for newcomers. So now, how do you get it in here? You just go to your quickly add to the project tab, you click on Datasmith, and instead of directly import, you click on file import, like that. You find where the hell did you save it. I believe mine is under rendering, Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, there we go. Datasmith, base model.uDatasmith, right? So we hit open. Choose location for importing the Datasmith content. Exactly the same menu as what we had before. Building one, Datasmith, hit OK. Gives me this menu. Basically asks me what kind of geometry would I like to import. Or what kind of objects would I like to import from my Datasmith file. In my case, I only care about geometry, honestly. I don't care about materials or anything like that. I only care about the geometry. So I'll actually untick the lights as well. I'll have this unticked. And let's just hit import. There we go. Now it's slowly going to load in all of the objects into the scene. And all of them will have this kind of a gray grid on top of them as material that just basically tells us what's the error. Cannot find static mesh brep. Let's just ignore that. So that gray grid material just tells us that there's no material associated with these particular geometries. It's fine with us. Come on, load. As it's loading, I will slowly navigate to my project, like that. Yep, looks about right. And yeah, at this point we can start developing it. Now it seems like the light is still a little bit iffy. I'm not sure what's up with that. So what I can do is I can just investigate, I guess. Okay, so direct light is like that. Best way to do it is just to that's the environment or sky atmosphere with the ground albedo. And then we have the clouds, and we have indirect light intensity right here. Well, we'll need to look at that a little bit later. Sorry for jumping around. Now we're done with importing the our little building right here. So now it's time to actually start adding materials and start talking about materials. So before we start actually using a library for materials, because that's what you do in 2023, use a library, I want to guide you through just the pure basics of material creation in Unreal Engine so that you kind of understand the main concepts behind the materials that you will be working with. So in Unreal Engine, there are two types of materials, master materials and material instances. And basically from master material would be something that would be called color, base color, right? And it would have a color associated with the material set as a variable. So that material could have any color that you want. It's a variable. And then from that master material, you create branches. So you create these instances, and each instance has, let's say the variable is set to blue. So then you get the blue material. The variable is set to red. You get the red material, right? And yada yada. So that's what I'm going to be creating, just to explain to you the principles, right? For this, I have created a folder called materials that's under content, materials, and inside of it I've created another folder called masters. I'll double click on that. All right, so now I'm inside of that masters folder. I'll right click inside of it and choose material right here. Click, and I'll just name it my color base master. Color base master material, right? Now I can double click that material like so, and it's going to open up a new tab. Any kind of new tab that is opened up, again, you can be docked to anywhere in Unreal Engine. So I can just drag on its name and just dock it next to my building one like level tab, right? So I can switch between these quite easily. Now, those of you who are familiar with Grasshopper will have Vietnam flashbacks of what you see here. Yes, it is a node editor in terms of the color, but, well, I strongly believe that that's the most optimal way of how you can create materials or any kind of a more complex system. So it's fine with us. Now, for the base color, right? For the base color, I'm going to use a variable, as I said. So I will just drag out, I'll click on this little input for the base, and I'll drag out wire. And as I release the button, it asks me to give it to, what's the node that you're trying to connect. And I believe the node is called constant 3 vector. Really hope that that's the correct one. Constant 3 vector, like that. Yes, constant 3 vector that by default is set to red, green, blue 0 0 0, right? So if I set the red to 1, 1 0 0, then it becomes red. If I set red and green to 1, then it becomes yellow, and so on. I can also double click on the color here and just choose from the color what's the default value, right? So that's my material. I can also make it, so right now it's a constant, right? Meaning it can't change. So any kind of a instance material that I create from this will be exactly the same material that we have here. That's no good, that's bad. So I want this to become a variable. What I do with it is I right click on this node and I change it to convert to parameter, right? Change it into a parameter, call it base color, and now I have a parameter that can be changed, and it has the default value of pink. Sure, that's fine with me. That's my base color. For another like input, you can see like there's plenty of inputs here. I'll really quickly go through them. The metallic input is basically between 0 and 1. Is it a metal? Is it not a metal? Right? So for the metallic input here, I believe I can just hold 1 on my keyboard and click, and it just creates a constant value, or I can just type in constant like that, and it will create the same node. But the shortcut is holding down the key number one, and just clicking it, clicking anywhere on the canvas. So I'll connect it to metallic, and now you can see with constant value being 0, it's non-metallic. With constant value being 1, I'll just change this. This is now metallic, right? In terms of, one second. So this one I also wanted to be variable. I wanted it to be able to change the value between 0 and 1 on a moment's notice without actually going into this this material setting, right? So I'll right click and choose convert to parameter again and call this metallic. Call this metallic, and default value I want to be 0. So only if I want it to become metal will I change this value to 1 later down the line, right? So now it's a parameter again. So parameters are variables that you can later change without accessing like this weird node system. You only need to set it up once. Specular, we don't work with specular. If we're working with metallic, we work with roughness instead. Or wait, do we? I don't want to lie. I hope we don't. Anyway, let's skip over specular for now because we need to move ahead. Instead, we use roughness, right? Roughness is basically how reflective the surface is or how matte the surface is. So that is again a value, a single value, not a color. So we hold 1, click, and the value is again between 0 and 1. So if I connect 0 to roughness, you can see that it's glossy like that. If my roughness is set to 1, it's matte like that. So I will have roughness set to 0.3 in this case, and I will convert this to a parameter, call it roughness. There are more options here, of course, that you can investigate on your own, but the main ones are these 3. Well, of course, there's always the normal maps and emissive maps, but those are a little bit more niche. I will touch upon them a little bit later. So for now, for now we are good with this. Once this is done, I can just save this. And I can close this, right? So now I have my master material created right here. How do we create instances from the master material? Well, we just right click on it and choose create material instance. And I will just call my first material instance white. I'll double click on it. And now you can see that as I double click on and I'll just drag it in here. As I double click on my material instance, it's not, it doesn't have any nodes anymore. Rather, it has these parameters here that we can tick mark, and now we can change in real time, right? So that's pretty neat. That's pretty nice. Come on. That's pretty nice because you can also, I'll tick mark those two, right? You get like these nice little sliders. Now to actually let's apply the white material onto, let's say, this particular tile. I don't know what's up with this tile, but I will apply the white material on it. How do you do that? You can drag and drop like that. Let me Ctrl Z. You can also, as you select the tile in the outliner, it shows you the details of that object. And here you can see the material right here is set to none. So I can just drag and drop my material in here like that. Or third way is just searching So clicking on the none or clicking on this little arrow and searching for the materials here, white, and selecting it there, right? So you're basically applying a property to the object. So now this is white, right? Great, that's white. So now, what if I want this to be black, right? I would just right click on this material master material, create material instance, black, double click that, let's expand it, change the base color to, well, you guessed it, to black, hit OK, save, close, and then just drag and drop black on top of this. So now we have white and black. And if I want to, now if I change the, let's say the white material, it automatically adjusts the tile color immediately in my viewport. So it's real time. Now let's talk. Okay, now it's time to talk. Let's cancel out of that. And for now, I'm just gonna keep them the way they are, that's fine. But let's talk about the what's white, what's black, and what's gray, because this is a very important like notion in terms of colors. Nothing in the world is pure white. Nothing in the world is pure black. So if you're using pure white colors or pure black colors, right, for materials, you will have a very hard time creating a photorealistic render. So what constitutes white and what constitutes black? Tar black, you know, completely like black material. I'm not talking about Vanta black, by the way, because that's a little bit different, but tar black has the albedo color, which is the base color of 0.05, I believe, or 0.04 maybe. So and nothing should be darker than that. That looks natural, right? So for the base color, for my black, I will click on this on the color, and for the red, green, blue, I will just change both red, green, and blue to 0.04, all three of these, like that. I could also change the value, could have changed the value to 0.04, right? So that's my black color. Save. Then for my white color, what's very white? I believe snow. This is from William Foster, another YouTuber. I'll put his channel in the video description. He does amazing work with the tutorials explaining the light and color theory in Unreal Engine. But from him, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong about this, but I think it's the snow. I think fresh snow is somewhere between 0.8 and 0.9 in value. So here I'm just going to switch to full blast, pure white, and then tone it down to let's go for 0.85, something like that. Hit OK. So that's pure white, right? Save that, close both. Now we also want one more or two more materials, material instances from this. One is going to be middle gray, and because I need to talk about that, that's also from William, by the way, great guy. And the third one, or fourth one, I guess, is going to be the pure metallic material. So let's go for middle gray first. Right click, create material instances, mid gray. Is gray with A or E? It's gonna be E. Mid gray. Base color, I switch this to again for full white and then tone it down to, you would think it's 0.5, it's not actually. Middle gray is 0.18. If I, wait, am I remembering this correctly? Yes, I think I am. It's not a linear scale, like the exposure of the camera, of the eye, like just how the light works is not a linear scale. So actually the middle gray is at 0.18 of value. Hit OK. That's mid gray. Hit save. Okay. Last one, I promise. It's not actually last one, but we're getting there. Create material instance and call this metal reflection. Metal reflection. Double click that. Base color. I actually want it to be like almost white, so 0.85 for the reflection. Metallic, I want to set it to to full blast 1, and roughness, let's do something like 0.05, like very low roughness. So it's mostly like chrome ball, right? Save that. Now we're cooking. Now we have 4 materials that are white, mid-gray, black, and metal. These 4 materials can be used to create, to calibrate for the light, right? But for now, what I'm gonna be using them for, well, actually we can calibrate for the light later. We will be coming back to these. Now to migrate these materials into away from the masters material folder, I will just, holding the control key, I'll just select the 4 materials and just drag them back into my materials folder right here. Bam. Move here. There we go. Easy. Now they're located here while their master material is located here. So now we finally get to use the library. The Unreal Engine has 2 libraries actually. Well, it's weird. Like the marketplace, you could call that a library, as well as Quixel Megascans library, which is an actual library for both objects as well as materials. There's also Decals and so on. But we will be right now focusing on materials. And I'll show you both of them, but we'll start with the Quixel Megascans. So to get it to work, you do need a Quixel Bridge plugin that is for Unreal Engine 5. And you can get that by going to Settings, Plugins, typing in QUI Quixel. Tick marking this and yeah, making sure that it's installed. You might need to restart Unreal Engine for this. Once it's installed, you can go here in the top, quickly add to the project, and choose Quixel Bridge. This will allow access, yes. This will open up a new folder for you, or window for you, that can be easily docked to anywhere on your scene. So I should dock it right here, I think. Bam, like so. There we go. No, that's bad. I'll dock it here. Sorry for doing this. I just want to find like a good balance for the showcase for the course, because usually I have it here, but now it seems like it's gonna be too small. Alright, so now with the Quixel Bridge being conveniently placed here for us, let's take a look at how we can actually get stuff into our file, right? Because all of these assets right now are still on the internet and we need to download them. So basically, the way it works is that you go through this library of either 3D assets, plans, surfaces, or decals or imperfections, and you find the materials or 3D models that you want. So in this case, we are searching for materials, right? So I'm going to go to surfaces right here, and here we will have all of the different material kind of types, I guess. I will start by choosing one that would be useful for our facade as wood. So wood, guess we can go, ooh, immediately I'm seeing this wooden cladding that I kinda like. So yeah, sure, let's just download it. So wooden cladding, I select the the cladding that I like, or the material that I like. I click on it. Here I can see the preview of it. This tells me how the tiling works for the material, right? So it's the 1:1 scale tiling is 2 by 1 meter. I need to keep that in mind, right? So every 2 meters in length, it's gonna start repeating. Every 1 meter in height, it's gonna start repeating. And here I can also choose, oops, I can also choose different qualities for my particular material. For this course, I will be using medium quality materials just because I don't want to burn my graphics card. So I click download. It takes a little bit of time, but it downloads, and once it's done, I can click on add. And once I click the add button, it creates a new folder called Megascans. In it, surfaces. Inside of that, the material with 3 textures that material uses. If I double click on this material, you can see how it looks like. Nothing too special, and all of the different settings that you can change. So as you can probably tell, the master material of this is gnarly. It's really, really gnarly. The only thing that we care about in terms of the what's the word in terms of changing this material is the offsetting or tiling, but I'll show you that in just a second. Let me close this, and first let's apply it. So I will be applying it to this facade, which is under woods, facade wood, brep 511. I remember that quite well, that I have a single surface or poly surface as my facade, and I will just I select it, right, and I just drag my material over to here, to this menu box on the right hand side, right? So that's typically the cleanest way of how you can apply material. You make sure that you don't misclick accidentally when you're doing it this way. So I release, and now I have my planks being laid out on this facade, which is not that bad, honestly. Could be worse, could be worse. So now in terms of tiling, it seems like while the height of it is correct, it's kind of squished in terms of length. So I need to adjust the tiling of this texture. How do I do that? I double click on the material, and let's just have it. It's very big, isn't it? Just make it a little bit smaller, like so that I can also see the facade. I tickmark tiling offset because I will be changing my tiling. And for tiling X and tiling Y, I need to change one of these to 0.5. I don't remember which one. Definitely not that one, though, so that stays as 1. There we go, 0.5. Actually, let me drag, let me use this as a, let me use this as a slider so that you see how this works. If my tiling is very high, like 100, it repeats a lot, right? So the lower the number, the more stretched it is. And I remember that it's 2 by 1, so this needs to be 0.5 for it to work, right? So that's done. I close this. Now my planks are kind of okay. I mean, they could be better, but it is what it is. I actually don't really like this. This is too rustic for this type of a building, so I will find different cladding. Let's see. Japanese wooden. What's that? Wooden deck. No, wooden planks. These look nice. Okay, let's use black wooden planks. Those look quite nice. I will download them. There we go. I will import them, and now I have another one, wooden planks. And all I need to do to replace it is just drag and drop in like so. The tiling is off right now. The planks are way too big, so I'll double click it, go to tiling, and increase the tiling of these two by 2, I guess. Does that look better? Hard to tell. Maybe. The lightness, by the way, how bright or how dark it is, we will be fixing that a little bit later. For now, this seems okay-ish, kinda okay. We stick with that. All right, so that's our wooden planks. Let's do one more for the roof, and then I will kind of quickly I'll do a time lapse of me applying materials to this geometry. So let's do the roof. Close that. Go to surfaces. I guess roofing. Yep. Japanese roof tiles. I don't really want those. Slate roof. That might be quite cool. Yeah, sure. Let's go for slate. So I'll just download 2 by 2 meters. Keep that in mind as well. I'll download it. Add it. Go in here. Select one of the elements so that I can clearly see where the same material objects are. Holding down the shift key, I'll select both rooftops through the outliner, and I'll just slap on the slate material on both of them. Take a look at that. How does that look? Not that bad. Actually quite fine. I might want to increase the size of it, but for now I'm gonna keep it the way it is. So those are the principles, and I think at this point I will start doing time lapse. Or no, sorry, let's do one more thing. Let's do the glass material, because we can't download the glass. So I will create a glass material, and I will show you how to create a glass material. Alright, but before we begin with the glass material, we need to set up a few things with within our model. Or within our project, and to do that we will need to use what's called post-process volume that can be created through quickly add to the project button here, visual effects, post-process volume right here. You click it, this little box is created, right? And basically this box controls, has the potential to control every single setting in the scene and overwrite every single setting in the scene that you might have, or in the level, I should say. So initially what happens is that only with the effect that you overwrite only takes place inside of this cube, inside of this box. But if we select it and we go to details, type in unbound, and we tick mark infinite extent unbound, now this changes that we make will affect the whole damn level. So it doesn't have any boundaries anymore, right? So you can later we will use this to change the brightness and contrast of like different scenes and whatnot, and we will kind of adjust the exposure values. But for now, what we care about the most is ray tracing, translucency. Yes, translucency. So you search for translucency, and you tick mark. You put on all of these tick marks, meaning that you want to overwrite all of these settings. And then for high quality translucency, you tick mark that. Include translucent objects in ray tracing reflections. You include that. For translucent, this is the most important one. Translucency type, instead of raster, use ray tracing translucency. So now all of your all of your traced rays will be calculated properly. That's a weird way of saying it, but yeah, that's how it goes. Everything else seems to be okay. Yep. So we're gonna stick to the defaults there. Then as for, let me just double check. That's fine. Reflections. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. For now, we will stick to the settings that we have. Now we can create a glass material. So under materials masters, I will just right click and choose material again and create a glass master material. Double click that, which opens up this menu that we all know at this point. And in this menu, before we start plugging in the color and whatnot, I need to adjust a few settings here. So the first setting to adjust is the blending mode. That needs to change from opaque into translucent, like that. So blending mode, translucent. And then another one is lighting mode. Instead of apologies. Instead of volumetric non-directional, we will change this to surface forward shading. I'll not go too deep into detail with this, just yeah, use them, I guess, like that, right? Blending mode, translucent. Lighting mode, surface forward shading. Now we get the opacity map as a possibility for kind of usage, which is great. So we're gonna use it to introduce transparency. But before we do that, we need our base color, metallic, roughness, and that's it, right? These three inputs to be kind of added. So first of all, base color. For base color, I prefer using a constant 3 vector, you know, the typical. You double click on it, and let's just say that it's kind of very dark, bluish tint color, something like that, right? And we use that as our base color. If I remember correctly, yeah, this is still kind of bugged. You can see that the color is all messed up, and it's the background, the backdrop is all messy and all bad in Unreal Engine 5.1 as well as 5.2. I'm not sure why that is, but they haven't fixed it yet. Hopefully when you're seeing this, you will see a proper preview of this. Anyway, we have our base color. Now for metallic, we just use a constant value of 1. That will never change. It's always going to be metallic. Then for roughness, we use a constant again value of 0.05. Something like that. Should do the trick. And then for opacity, I think we can, let's create a constant again. And the opacity is gonna be like 0. 0.05 again, but now we start playing with the variables, right? So we want this and the opacity, the color and the opacity to be variables, while the roughness and the metallic are not. They will stay always the same value. So I just right click on them, convert it to parameter. I call this glass color, and right click on this, convert to a parameter, call it glass opacity. Something like that. When you convert them to parameters, then after you click them, you can select the slider minimum value. So opacity minimum is 0, opacity maximum is, let's say, 1. And for colors, I don't need to change anything there. Okay, let's save this. Wait for it to do the thing. Go back into your file, and let's just create a quick instance of this glass master. So right click on it, create material instance, call it glass, just glass, and let's slap it on, let's say, this object right here. Up, like that. Actually, yeah, this is important. So notice how this glass, or this surface, as I apply the glass material on it, the light is going in, while for this one it's not. Let me show you the reason why. So here, if I show you settings that are modified, because I was already playing with this a little bit, settings that have been modified under, one second. Yeah, under lighting, cast shadow is unticked, while here under lighting, well, I can just search for cast shadow is ticked, right? So for your transparent objects, you kind of want to untick the cast shadow option, so that you that the glass never tries to cast a weird shadow. Technically, you could solve it by making the glass cast shadow with ray tracing and whatnot, but as a beginner, I would suggest just unticking cast shadow for everything that is glass. So what I'm gonna do is, in my glass like layer here, I'll just select all of the B-reps, or all of the objects that will have the glass material, and I'll untick the cast shadow tick mark from them, right? Something like that. And then also for all of them, I will just apply the glass material like so. So all of them are selected, and I just drag and drop in the glass material. And now we have glass going on inside of our building. This is starting to look okay. Not as bad as it did before, right? We will be doing this a lot, but right now I think is a good time to show you. Control L, hitting Control L, and then moving the mouse, holding Control L and moving the mouse controls the light angle at which the light hits the, you know, the scene, the sun angle, sorry. So let's look at the shadows. The shadows seem to be quite, yeah, that seems fine. That is believable. We will increase the quality of the shadows a little bit further, but for now that seems fine. So we are done with the glass, finally. Now I can jump to time-lapse and apply materials to everything here except the landscape. So time-lapse time, I guess. Oh yeah, so the time-lapse died, crashed, I can't get it back. So here it is, here's the textured building. Basically the process was exactly the same as what I've shown you, right? Drag and drop, drag and drop, drag and drop. download, drag and drop. We have a little bit of wood flooring going on here, a little bit of veneer for the wood here. The planks are horizontal wooden planks. The tiling here is obnoxious. I'll need to fix that a little bit later. And then once we step inside, this is go away. Oh, whatever. Drop down there. We have a little bit of a table, a little bit of a chair here, right? And basically the basic interior. I didn't add any paintings yet, and also this is super empty, doesn't have a bunch of stuff going on, but as which one is this? Oh yeah, this is just the child room. That's the bathtub. I didn't even add textures to the bathtub. So there's still plenty of things to do, but generally speaking, I've kind of just slapped on as many materials as I could find quickly, just to kind of move forward with the course, right? So there's going to be a polishing, let's say, a step after this. Now let's talk about assets, adding assets, because materials are already added. So let's talk about trees, rocks, and whatnot, adding those in to our scene. How can you do that? Well, we use, you should use Quixel for rocks and whatnot, all of the hard surface stuff. But if you try to find trees in Quixel Bridge, you will not have a good time finding them. And that's because Quixel is a 3D scanned object library, and they don't have trees. With that being said, I think under vegetation, there should be a few assets. Well, there are a few assets under vegetation that you might want to look at, such as grasses and so on. And we will be using those, but there are no trees, unfortunately. So let's begin with the trees. I will go to my Unreal Engine launcher, or Epic Games launcher, sorry. Epic Games launcher, and I'll open up my Unreal Engine marketplace. This is where you can get the tree packs and so on, like assets, additional assets to download. And I'll just type in free. Enter. Right? You'll see that there's a bunch of like packs here that cost money. And you don't need to pay if you just click on the maximum price being free, if you filter out all of the paid ones. And now you can see that there's like Megascan trees, European something, blah blah blah. There's a bunch, and all you need to do to get it is just to add to cart, check out. Well, I'll show you. Add to cart. Shopping bag, it's now €0, right? You check out. Takes a little bit of time to do so. And then if you go to your library here, library tab, you'll see, I assume it's this one. Megascans trees, European something. I also I've already downloaded, well, long time ago actually, an oak forest, and I want my project to be in an oak forest, but the principle is going to be the same. Actually, let's see, MAE oak forest, is that free? I hope it's free. Stop lagging. Okay. MAE oak. Okay, so let's not use this one. Let's instead use the European one that everyone can download. So Megascan Trees, European, don't know the name, European Beach, Early Access. This seems fine. You know, a bunch of pretty clean trees. So I will go back into library, and we are not going to use the oak forest. Unfortunately, we will use the European beach. I will click on add to project. Here you can see that my 5.2 version is not listed. My project is not listed. So I'll click on show all projects. And now here it is, your YouTube course 5.2. Asset not compatible with version 5.2, please select closest alternative version. So I need to select 5.1, and then I click on add to project. So now it's going to download 7.4 gigabytes, and after it's done, then we will continue, right? And basically once it's done, it will pop up straight up in my Unreal Engine folder right here. Under content, there's going to be like a, forgot the name, European beach forest thing. There's going to be a folder that's going to be created for us. While we're waiting for that to happen, we can get some grass and some rocks in with Quixel Bridge. So I'm just going to download a few grass pieces and whatnot that I find to be beautiful. And oh, that's nice. And I'll just use those to populate the immediate surroundings. That's a little bit so-so. I really like this one. Lesser periwinkle. So I'll download it. Then lily turf. Oh, this one's very nice. Okay, so let's use the matted pratia. And I'll just let it download for a second. Okay, so I finished downloading all of the assets, and while I was doing that, European Beach library has downloaded as well. So now I can see it here in this folder, and if I were to go back to my viewport here and just look at the apologies, just look at the European Beach, expand that, we have foliage and geometry. Expand that, we can see there's actually a bunch of different trees here. So one of them, some of them are called static mesh foliage, while others under geometry are just simply called static mesh. And if you want to add trees individually one by one, you add them as static meshes. Drag and drop. Easy as that. I say easy as that, while it's actually now gonna be... Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Come on. I'm trying to record the video here. It's being a little bit annoying. Either way, while it's having a heart attack, I can talk. So European, like all of these trees that you see here under geometry, they are their own separate mesh entity that has also how do you say, the animation associated with them, right? So if I place this here, you can see that it's slowly, let's zoom in, see that the leaves are slowly wobbling in the not sky, in the freaking wind. And the same thing goes for simple wind. If I apply the simple wind to here, is it really gonna... okay, every single one of them is gonna take a little bit of time. That's fine. These are static objects, meaning that you would need to place them one by one. We don't have the time to do that. Instead, we will be using Foliage tool that is built into Unreal Engine that lets you brush on the trees and bushes and then so on directly into your scene, which is, I mean, those of you who work with D5 or Twinmotion are already familiar with that kind of a workflow, or even Enscape. So like that. This looks exactly the same as the previous one. Maybe it's wobbling a little bit more. Anyway, I'm going to delete the trees and I'm going to show you the Foliage tool. So instead of selection mode right here, we need to switch to what's called the Foliage mode. In the Foliage mode, you basically can paint on foliage on top of any surface that you have in the scene, right? So first thing that I want to do is actually any foliage that you already see here, let's just get rid of it. Let's remove it. Let's do it, you know, meticulously, one tree at a time. So I'm going to, holding down the shift key, I will select all of these assets. I'll right click and I'll choose to remove, right? And now it's like tabula rasa, right? It's empty tablet. So under my European beach here, under foliage, I'll choose pivot painter, I guess. I'm not sure, but I'll choose pivot painter, just maybe, and I will just drag and drop in the first tree into the foliage list, which does not work. Why? Oh, there we go, like that, right? So now if I were to, let's try painting. If I were to paint and I want to brush on this tree onto the landscape, I would need to tick mark it like so, choose the paint tool and just brush. Yikes, that's very dense, so to say, right? And that immediately kills my frame rate, drops it down right to 20 frames per second. So let's not do that. I will choose the erase tool, like so. I'll just erase them. You can see how many trees were made by the count here. So I'm just erasing them. Okay. So something's off with the density, clearly, right? So I'll choose the paint tool again, and this time the paint density, I probably would like to have less of it, right? Or I could select the tree instead and not mess with the paint density here, but select the tree, and here I can say how many trees do I want per a particular area, which is 1000 by 1000 centimeters, 10 by 10 meters, right? Is it? Yes, 10 by 10 meters. In this case, it says 100 trees in 10 by 10. That's a lot of trees. Let's go for like two trees. Draw it again. Still seems to be too dense. Control Z to undo. Maybe one tree every 10 meters. That's still pretty intense. This is a huge tree, by the way, so just so you know. So let's go for 0.2. Yep, that sounds about, yeah, that's much better. Okay, so 0.2, maybe 0.1. So we control the density. The radius is basically how close each tree needs to be next to another tree, right? So I can write, well, they need to be at least 10 meters apart, right? So as I'm brushing on, they're placed in a way that they won't intersect, right? So then we have our scaling, where we can say that it needs to what's the smallest size of this asset and what's the largest size of this asset. I can just say 0.5 or 0.7, I guess. 0.66 for smallest and 1.1 for largest. Now if I were to, oh wait, does it proactively, or no, it doesn't scale the already existing assets, so I need to brush in some more. Let's do it here. Some more trees. You can see now some are bigger, some are smaller, right? Then we have the maximum angle of the slope according to the ground. Don't mess with these are fine. These are okay. And I think the last one needs to be rotation, that I can't seem to see. Oh yeah, it's random yaw. Okay, so it's already rotating randomly, right? Right? Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Because that branch goes here and that is rotated. Yes, it is rotating randomly. Okay, good. So we have one tree, or rather now we have 15 trees, right? How do we add more? Well, I'll just take all of these like that. Well, maybe not the seedlings, and I'll just drag and drop them in like so into foliage types. So now we would be painting with well, right now we wouldn't be painting with all of them because only this one is tick marked. So to tick mark the rest, we would need to select all of them and press the tick button here, right? But the problem is now the density, right? It's still 100 units per 10 meters for each of the trees, while here it's 0.1, right? So what we want is we want a similar kind of behavior for the remaining trees, right? So I'm going to just select all of them and say 0.1 in terms of density for all of them. And the radius, I think, I mean, this one is very big, right? So I think the radius for other ones needs to be smaller, like 4 meters. So 4,000. Wait, is it 4,000? Yes, 400. Sorry, not 4,000, 400. And now I can start, oh yeah, and scale minimum 0.7, scale maximum 1.1. Let's try it. Brush size, I'll go 1,000 meters. 1,000 millimeters, sorry. And we're just brushing on the forest. No, slowly building it up. We don't want it to be too dense. And now some of these trees are way too large, so I'll need to see what's up with that. But basically the view at least looks pretty decent, right? So now we're starting to get a few more interesting ones going on, a few more interesting angles going on, right? In terms of the tree placement. I still think the density is a little bit too much. So what I'm going to do is I'll select all of the trees and click on the remove button here. So all remove. And I'll try to brush them on again, but this time, which one is the big boy? Because there are, okay, let me untick them and just do them one by one to see which one of them is the big boy. So that, yeah, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. Okay, all of them are big boys. Okay, that's fine. Which this tells me that the radius needs to be larger and the density needs to be lower, because they're pretty damn big. Okay, let's delete them so I can use the eraser tool to just remove them. Tick mark all of them, and I'm just gonna say scaling minimum, or rather let's reset, and then minimum 0.5 actually, and maximum 0.9. I don't want the forest that big, right? So I want to kind of tone it down a bit. Then in terms of the density, maybe 0.05, and in terms of the radius, perhaps 8,000, something like that, or 800, right? Something like that. Let's try brushing it on. It's not doing anything. Oh, because we are with eraser tool. Let's go for paint. Or, by the way, you can always do fill on top of any given surface, and it just fills like that. That might also be a way to go. We're at 30 frames per second though, which is not ideal. Let's see how our camera is doing. Oh, we don't have a camera, never mind. Cinematic viewport, how does that look like? Yeah, 30 frames per second. What about if we go indoors? It immediately ramps up to 60, which is good news. That means it's only the light calculation that is messing us up. How are we on the density? I feel like the density is still a little bit too much. So I'm going to select all. Sorry, let's go back to default viewport, select all trees, remove, and change the density to 0.04 and radius, like, let's do 1,000. 0.03 maybe. Okay. Fill. Bam. Seems okay. Seems okay. Okay, so that's how you add the large scale trees. You know, any individual trees that you wanna continue adding, you would need to do that, well, around here, around these parts, you would need to do that manually. And, well, rather not manually, but paint it in like that. I wonder if painting and fill are two different things. Let's see. Remove that. Zoom out. Get the paint tool, brush size, increase that to, not that, to like 4,000, not more. Paint it in. Yep. So the density of the paint brush is apparently completely different from the density of the fill, right? That's good to know. So 0.03 is too little, 0.1 is too much, 0.05 probably was the correct value to use. I prefer painting in the trees rather than using the paint bucket tool to fill them in. Why is that not registering? 0.7. Is that because of this? 3 meters? Seems like it is. All right. So we just fill in, fill in, fill in. All right, for now I'm gonna stop here, and we're gonna talk about the, yeah, this is a little bit better because I can increase the density on the backdrop anytime I want, right? So this is better. Let's talk about adding the like greenery, like grass and whatnot, right? So for the foliage, I can untick all of these. I wonder if I can remove them. What happens? No, I don't. Okay, so I can't remove them, but I can simply add more foliage. So the foliage that I've downloaded from Megascans, 3D plants, grass, let's try tall grass, like these two, right? I have these static meshes, and I have the foliage tab, static mesh foliage. So I'll just grab these three and drag and drop them in, like so. Tick mark them. Oops. Try again. Foliage type. Tick, tick, tick. So these three are now tick marked, like so, which means I can draw with them, right? But I need this to be smaller, like that. And I get my tall grass going on here. Great. So that's only one type of the tall grass. I want more than one type. So let's get tall grass number 2. Static mesh foliage, drag those in. That's great. Then for 3D assets, we have some mushrooms in here, like that. And there's more. Not sure why these are not loading in, but hey, I'm gonna get them. Gonna get them in. Then we have some stones. I'm just gonna check for the size. Oh, the size is pretty big. Might be fine though. So I'm gonna get the stone in here. Mossy rock. Let's check the size. Oh, that's a small rock. That's good. And rock granite. Size. That's fine. Get that in. All right. So now we have. Where did they end? Those are tick marked. Those are not. So I'm gonna tick mark these. And the trees are unticked. That's good. That means these are currently my active like brush. Oh my god. And I definitely need to fix the rock situation. That is way overboard. So 0.2 for rocks. I believe the first one was the big boy, so 0.05 for that one. Let's try again. Yeah, this seems much better. Also notice how it's you can see as I zoom out, the geometry looks worse, and as I zoom in, the geometry starts looking better. That is just the optimization that the computer does for me, right? So that the graphics card does not crash. This is normal. So I will not be brushing these on just yet, even though the density seems to be okay, because I'll go back to selection mode. I'll delete the rocks that I've placed here, and I need to first decide on the camera angles, right? Because the camera angles will determine the high density placement of the assets, so that our whole scene is not just overdone, and we're only placing assets in the angles which we will be using for the rendering, right? This is the best way of how to optimize. Just model out or add geometry to places where you need it. So next up, camera control. Okay, cameras. So in terms of creating the camera, before we begin, we need to do one little thing, and that is the glare control. You can see now as I move my viewport camera, which is not an actual actor in our scene, when I move it around, I get this kind of a quite intense glare effect on my screen, and that especially becomes apparent if I'm in quite a shaded view, or not shaded view, but like a shaded area, and I'm looking at a bright area, that kind of a bloom and glare becomes very obnoxious. So I want to get rid of that. The way you do it is with the post-process volume. Remember the post-process volume that we've created just recently, right? We're going back into it, so you can either click the box here, right? That's our volume, or you can find it in your outliner. We click on it, and here under bloom, I believe. No, under... Oh no. Okay, fine. Let's search for it. We're looking for lens flare. Here, where it says lens flares, I will tick mark the intensity option, and I'll reduce them to, I think, like 10%, maybe even less. Let's do 0.05. Even with 0.05, that seems to be a little bit intense, too intense, maybe 0.03, something like that. And then another thing would be glare, or sorry, bloom. We will change both the method and the intensity. The method will become convolution. That is a more accurate method for the bloom. I can probably, a much easier way would be for me to find, yeah, there we go. For instance, this area right here, this is with the standard bloom, non-overwritten intensity, and this is with convolution bloom. This is much more accurate. And then I will reduce the intensity to something like 0.1. We still want the bloom, we just don't want it to be that intense. Let's do Ctrl L and, oops, Ctrl L to rotate the light. Let's find an angle that works. Something like that. That seems to be kind of okay in terms of the bloom. Okay, so with this fixed, now we can go into the actual camera creation. To create the camera, you go into quickly add to the project button that we have here. I believe you can also just add it through, no, not through there actually, only through this button. We click that, we go to cinematic, and we add the Cine Camera Actor. Just like that. Bam. The way you move the camera is, well, you can select your actor. And by the way, I have a folder here that says cameras that I have just created. I will drag and drop my camera into my cameras folder just so that I have all of them in one place. So to move it around, you can just move it by X, Y, Z coordinates, right? You can also rotate it, or you can pilot it. And piloting is a much easier way of kind of navigating with the camera. So I'm going to right click on the camera here, not in the viewport, but rather here. And I'll choose to pilot Cine Camera Actor 2, like that. And now I'm basically able to pilot, you know, the camera, to fly with the camera wherever I want. Once I'm happy with the positioning of the camera, I will click either this button right here, stop piloting, or I believe I can right click here on the camera itself and choose to stop piloting, right? But for now, I'm gonna be in this view, just trying rather not out, but trying to find an angle that would work. maybe something like that. Why not? Okay, now for the camera itself, the settings are, as per usual, located under the details, right? So I'm going to just create, let's see if there's anything here. Nah, we're not doing that. So I'm going to go only through the settings that I typically change. First one being the film back. So this is the width and the height of the sensor, which gives you the aspect ratio. If we were to look at the aspect ratios that are used in the cinema, you can see that they vary between 1.85 to 1 and 2.39 to 1, depending on, you know, if it's a new movie or an old movie. And I believe like yeah, let's open up this chart right here. There we go. European theatrical showings, standard aspect ratio for high definition video, so that's YouTube. Then we have 1960s showings, current anamorphic showings of widescreen cinema, and anything else than this is kind of artistic, so to say. So the cinematic lens, so to say, has the aspect ratio of 2.39 by 1. That's what we're getting from this particular diagram. And, you know, if we were looking at any diagram here, you can see that CinemaScope is always 2.35 or 2.39, depending on which diagram you refer to. Let's go for 2.39. So I'll go back to Unreal, and here for my sensor width I will say it's going to be 23.9 millimeters, while the sensor height is going to be 10 millimeters. This gives me the proportion, you can see, of a cinematic camera lens. That's exactly what I want. Besides that, I don't really need to change anything here in terms of the film back, so I'm going to minimize it. As for lens settings, we have the possibility to zoom in, zoom out with the minimum focal length and maximum focal length. I will not be working with these, neither with the minimum f-stop, maximum f-stop. I will be keeping these the way they are, because these are, you know, within the industry standard, so that's fine. Don't need to do anything with it. And diaphragm blade count, that's an 7, so it's all of the bokeh effects. Where's our sunlight? Let's find our sun. Hello, sun. Where's the sun? God damn it! Now when I need it, can't find the lens flare. Sorry. Let's try something like that. Oops. I give up. Okay, it doesn't matter. Basically, the little glares that you get, like sun bunnies as we call them, that you get if your diaphragm is blade count is 7, then it's going to be a heptagon. If it's 8, it's going to be an octagon. If it's 4, it's going to be a square, right, or rhombus shape. Typically it's either 7 or 8, you know, in a standard camera. Okay, so for lens settings, don't really need to change anything here. Yep. For focus settings, we need to manually focus in the camera on a specific distance, and in this case the distance should be the building. But before we focus in, I will first change the crop settings, right? So first of all, crop settings, no crop, but current focal length. The crop settings don't have crop. I'm sorry, I'm just reading words. I meant to say current focal length. That is the thing that we're going to be changing. So the focal length in a camera is how much of a zoom do you get just from the glass of the lens, right? So focal length, can we get a comparison? Focal length comparison, there we go. 18 millimeters up to, where's that good picture or diagram? There it is. 18 millimeters up to 300 millimeters. It's the same position of the camera, except the focal length is different. So it's initially a zoom, right? But not just a zoom. It also creates an more and more of an orthographic projection. So if you look at, for instance, yeah, I think this is a good example. A 20 millimeter lens and a 200 millimeter lens. The difference between, you know, the same photo is night and day. Same thing here, 24 millimeter lens and 85 millimeter lens. You can see what else is happening with this is the backdrop. The backdrop becomes much more apparent in the scene. So if we look at 17 millimeter lens here with the backdrop and 300 millimeter lens here, this is much more, not necessarily flat, but everything exists in a much tighter plane. Same thing here, right? So that's what we're after. We're after this kind of a well, maybe not 170 millimeter lens, but a pretty high number. If we look at the focal length of the camera in here, it's 35 mil, which is, you know, it's fine. It's like universal camera focal length. But actually for an exterior shot, what we're after is something higher than 70. I'm going to go for 90 because that's a number that I like. 90 millimeters. You can see how much zoomed in my shot gets. So I do need to head out, zoom out with the camera, and actually, oh god damn it, yeah, I do need to zoom out with the camera to actually reframe the view. Now there is a problem. It's called trees. Trees are in the way. So how do I solve this? Well, first of all, I need to get a few viewports in here, not just one. I will change the top, that's back, that's the top viewport. I'll change the top viewport to be lit rather than unlit. That doesn't really feel lit now, does it? Doesn't matter. This viewport, and I will change my mode. Instead of selection mode, I will go for foliage, right? Foliage mode. Now with this mode done, I know that my camera is located right here, well, somewhere here. So I need to get rid of it, not of the camera, but of the foliage in front of the camera. So I'm just going to click on the eraser tool. I'm just going to start erasing, which does not work. Is it another... It's another problem, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Another bug. We just, instead of doing it in the top view, we will go and stop piloting the camera by clicking this icon right here. Just for a second. I will zoom right here, and I'll just erase the trees from that particular angle. I can't see the camera though. I believe I am erasing the trees wrong. Okay, let's undo that. Apologies for taking so long. Instead, I'm going to go to selection. Let's select the camera, F to focus in. Okay, so the camera is actually located right here, so I need to get rid of all of these trees up until the building. Good. I was lost there for a second. Foliage, erase, and perhaps a much smaller 256 eraser, and we just break away the path, just like that. You can see how far away the camera needs to be from the building to actually catch the full focus with a 90mm lens. Once that's done, I come back to selection, I click on the camera, I take a look. That seems fine. That seems a-okay. One more thing to note is this pin preview button right here. With this, I can pin the preview, and then if I go back to foliage mode, I can actually paint in the foliage like that, and be very, very specific about which trees you know I want to remove. So for instance, let's erase again. I assume it's gonna be, nope, it's not them. Is it this? Yes, it was this tree, and it's gonna be probably not that, not that. Oh no. Is it really this? No. Oh my god, come on. Ah, there we go. It was that tree right there. So it's a lot of you know, soft brushing until you get, you know, a nice look. Okay, let's finish up with this camera. I think the angle is almost there. I think it's good. So I'll go back to selection. I'll right click, select the camera, pilot, cinema camera actor. Let's take a quick gander. Something like that, maybe. Yep. Now I'm just rotating the camera by 0, 0, 0, and just trying to find like that coordinate, you know, that final kind of coordinate that would look really good from a specific angle. Something like, definitely not that, something like so. Okay. So we have a little bit of a look going on for us here. Now I'm going to click here. Oh, escape out, sorry. Oh, we are in selection mode, so Ctrl L should work, but it doesn't seem like it does. So I'm going to stop piloting the camera. I'll click on the camera and lock it in place. My hard disk got full with the video recording, so it cut off yet again. Where were we? Oh yeah, the camera, right? The camera angle. Yikes. The video memory is still being hammered quite heavily, but should be fine. Should be fine. So let me go back in here, cinema camera actor, pilot, the cinema camera actor. Now we're looking through it, and let's see more stuff that we can do. Current aperture as a setting is how much blurring will happen in your scene. So if you change this to 1.2, the lower number, the more blurry things get, and you can see the flickering starts happening. We will be fixing these flickers in just a second, or not a second, but later down in the video. But basically, lower number equals more blurring. Higher number though equals sharper, right? So 22 is the highest. Let me usually I use 1.6 as my go-to aperture, because it feels to me like a pretty decent amount of blurring that's happening. Now we can go back to focus settings and actually look at how this whole thing looks. So or rather how this whole thing focuses in. How does the camera focus on our subject? In this case, we see that it really doesn't. So let me say that the focus method is manual. We are focusing in manually up to a certain distance. Manual focus distance, I will sample the depth from scene. So I'll click on this little pipette tool and click on the facade. And now we're focusing in onto the facade, right? And if you also want to draw, you can draw a debug plane, which basically shows you the, the distance at which you are focusing into things. So you can focus into this branch. Let me not draw the plane. So this branch is in focus while everything else is being blurred out. That's not what we want though, so we're focusing on that. Focus smoothing, interpolation speed, focus offset, we don't really care about those things right now, so I'm not going to be looking at them. Okay, what else is there? Crop settings, no. Current horizontal field of view, that's fine. No. Custom near clipping plane. Sometimes you want to clip away a branch of sorts or some sort of a stick that's in the way. You can use that with a custom clipping plane, right? All right, now I'm going very drastic with it, 63 meters in front of my camera, but you get what I mean, right? You can clip with this clipping plane. Actually can be used to make sections, right? Don't though. Okay. Constraint aspect ratio means that it's going to show you the actual aspect ratio of the camera rather than the aspect ratio of the full viewport. That's fine. And everything else seems to be okay. Cameras, that's fine. Post-processing, lens effects. Here you can start changing the exposure of this particular camera, right? So let's take a look at post-processing. Under post-process, under lens, under bloom, you can override the bloom back to standard. But remember that we have a post-process volume that's already fixing the bloom, so we don't need to worry about it. What we do need to worry about is the exposure control. In this case, our exposure, well, sucks. It's bad. This needs to be much darker, and I'm not really sure what it's exposing for. So I'm going to check metering mode to manual exposure. It becomes dark, that's fine. Exposure compensation, I'll checkbox that, and I'll increase it up to, let's go for 5. Let's not go for 5. Let's go for like 7. 8? 10. Not 10. 9. Yeah, something like 9. And now, our exposure is a little bit closer to reality, right? Of how this would be normally exposed. One thing that I want to, and also we can change this to cinematic viewport and go back to piloting our camera. Now I can't pilot my camera. I forgot that I need to switch to here. There we go. So now we're in cinematic viewport with the correct exposure. Yeah, everything seems fine. I'll switch back to default viewport. Should be a-okay. The only difference between cinematic and non-cinematic is that cinematic does not show the icons, these rectangles and whatnot. There we go. Okay, so in terms of exposure, what I want to do is I'll actually stop piloting the camera and I'll zoom in to my building right here. I want to create 3 spheres, or 4 spheres rather, and this comes again from the same William guy, link in the video description, who does really amazing stuff with the lighting. So I'm going to create a sphere. Where is it? Shapes, sphere. I'm going to create a sphere, and I'm going to make 3 more of these. So I will just hold, or rather let me first scale it down to, well, how big is it actually? First I need to know how big it is to know by how much do I need to scale it. F to zoom in. Actually the size of it is fine. So sphere number 1, holding the Alt key, I'll copy it up. Sphere number 2, holding the Alt key, up. 3, up. I didn't copy for some reason. Up. 4. Okay, great. We have 4 spheres. Each of them can be, they all rather can be scaled down or scaled up as you want, but I'll keep them the way they are. Later I'll show you how to make them into one object. But for now, 4 different spheres. I'll go back to my, or not back, but I'll go to my materials tab or folder, and I'll apply black material to the bottom sphere. I'll apply mid-gray material to the middle sphere, white material to the top sphere, and reflection material to the top sphere, toppest of the spheres. Then I will go back to my cinematic camera. I'll take a look if you know, my white material actually looks white, if my dark material looks dark, right? So you can always balance the exposure according to these 4 spheres. They become very handy, right? So I'll just place them here. So now back in my camera settings, I can see that this needs, come on, this is almost well exposed, I would say. The shadow of the black sphere is completely black. The highlight of the white sphere is almost completely white. So the exposure of this is correct. The only thing for me is the contrast. It feels like the contrast is a little bit off, but that might be, it might be subjective, right? Let's see how this would look like with 8. This becomes too gray. This is not exposed well. This becomes a little bit too dark. So 8.5 perhaps. Maybe, what if it's 10? If it's 10, then black becomes overexposed. So it is indeed 9. Okay, I actually caught it quite well. I'm happy with this. And then for our where was it? One second. For our camera control, you can also change the shutter speed, ISO, and aperture. Like you can also change these settings right here to get a better understanding of, you know, or better control of the brightness and contrast. But instead we're using exposure compensation right here, so we don't really need, I believe, to work with the camera settings as they are here. The local exposure I've never actually used, so I'm not sure how that works. Lens flares, we already talked about lens flares, you know, the intensity and whatnot. We can increase them, we can decrease them, doesn't really matter, we don't need them. And image effects, there's the vignette effect that I always suggest everyone use. The vignette effect, let me increase the size of it or intensity of it. That's the darkening on the edges of the camera, right? Of the lens, because the less light goes in through the edges. So I never suggest using like 1 for vignette effect, but something like 0.3 or 0.2 just gives that additional, wait, is it? Oh, sorry, is 0.5. Yeah, because default is 0.4. Gives that additional focus on the center of the screen. Depth of field, that's exactly what you're getting with the blurring. You don't really want to override anything with the depth of field. Then we have the color grading, where you can change the temperature of your camera. So you can make it warmer, you can make it colder, you know, whatever you want. You can also tint it towards pink or towards green. For now, I will not be changing anything here. That is going to be the last things that I do. You can also play around with the shadows. You can increase their well, that's the saturation. No, not the saturation, I'm sorry, the contrast within the shadows, so you can make it more aggressive, or you can make it blown out, right? For now, we're not gonna be doing anything with them. Let me reset. Those little arrows that I'm pressing on the right hand side corner, that's the reset. Global illumination, lumen, that's correct. Sorry, I'm just going through the settings. No, those are fine. Okay. We don't need GI. Well, this kind of GI just now. There's going to be a separate portion of the scores covering global illumination and all of the different settings that you can have with it. Okay, so in terms of the camera, that's the most that we can control, or we can of course control much more, but you shouldn't, in my opinion, as you're starting off. This is sufficient, right? So now I'm just going to really quickly show you how to set up a second camera. I honestly really suggest just taking the originally camera that already works and just making a copy of it. Come on. It's camera 2. Yeah, camera 2 is still there. I just don't see it. And then with the new camera, I will pilot it. So perspective, camera 3. I'll pilot it, trying to get it into some sort of a different view. Perhaps 70 millimeters for this one. Maybe something like that would work. Again, the trees are in the way, so I'm going to pin the camera view. I'll go to my foliage editing tool. I'll choose to erase, And I'll just make sure that I get rid of the trees that are a little bit in the way. Do I like that? I'll remove it for now. I'll bring it back in a little bit later. Okay, back in my selection mode, I unpin this and I pilot the camera 3 to find like a nice angle. Yeah, I think something like that. Yep, sounds or looks fine to me. Maybe a bit more, something like this. And then in terms of the settings, let's see, 1.6, where's our focus settings, where are we focusing on? Okay, we're kind of focusing on the same distance, right? So it's this area is in focus. I think that's fine. We can go for like a back window right there, so it's more focused in that area, or perhaps right here, and then untick that. Okay, we have 2 cameras for the exterior. Then let's do 2 cameras for the interior and finish up with this chapter. So again, I'm just going to really quickly make a copy of this camera, move it. I'm just gonna move it inside of my building. Whoop. Something like that. Made a mistake, pressed something, shouldn't press things accidentally. Try again, focus, there we go. We're on the roof for some reason. And here we are inside of the building. So now I'm going to start piloting it. Oh yeah, I need to do it through here because it's bugging out. And you can see that there's no way that I'll be able to properly have like a proper camera angle in the interior with a 70mm lens. So I need to switch this, you know, pull this down to something closer to like 50, maybe even less. Let's go for 35mm, something like that. And of course, right now the look of this is way too dark. So I'm going to go into exposure. Not there. Lens settings, not there. Focus settings, not there. Crop settings, oh my god, where is it? Lens exposure, there we go. Post process, or sorry, not even post process. Sorry, yes, post process lens exposure. Manual, instead of 9 we do like 11, something like that. Yeah, 11 seems to be quite good actually. Perhaps even more. 35mm seems to be still too narrow, so I'll do 28, something like that. I'll take the spheres and move them in. I said, oh my god. Come on, please. Please, spheres. There we go. And they're now way too big, so I need to make them smaller, 0.5. And each of them, I'll just move it down. Move it down. Move it down. So you now can see that definitely in this, at this camera angle, compositionally speaking, this is fine. The camera angle is not that bad, but practically speaking, it's too dark, right? Or speaking of light, it's too dark. Also, I'm moving way too fast, so I'll decrease the movement speed a bit. We're still piloting the camera, right? Okay, so that seems to be okay. Let's take a look at this. Minus 270. And last adjustments I always do with XYZ positions rather than the piloting movement. Something like so. Okay. Now, in terms of the light, I think there needs to be like 13. Oh, no, not 13. 12, perhaps 11.5. Yeah, something like that. 11.5. The white is not exposed properly, but I don't want to lose too much information in terms of here. Maybe 12. Something like that. Should be good. Increasing contrast will help with the exposure. Right? All right. So that's our fourth. Well, not fourth camera, but camera number 4. And then we have one more left. I'll just make a copy of this. By the way, you can just make a copy of it. I believe just Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Copy pasting and then piloting the camera 5 to find a new placement. That's the that's the hallway. Actually, that's a pretty cool area right there. I kind of wanna. Is it weird to just render one room? What's in here? Here we have the entrance. Oh no, that's not the entrance, that's the children or the master bedroom. Perhaps we can render the master bedroom as well. Okay. So for the master bedroom, my exposure compensation is to be even higher, probably around 24. Oh, definitely not 24, 16. Yeah, something around 16. And you can see that with that amount of exposure compensation, this is starting to become really weird and really awkward, and we'll talk about why that is in just a second. I purposely made it so that it's that it becomes quite a mess, right, in terms of the light. Let me really quickly find a composition for this so that we can talk about important things. In terms of exposure, that's fine. In terms of the focal length, I'll go for 18 millimeters, something like that. Perhaps something like so. And then to focus in, maybe something like that. Last little bits. Camera, nope. Camera options, nope. Advanced, nope. Where is it? Aperture, focal length, focus settings. There we go. Focus settings. Here I just define the focus distance onto this lamp. So we're focusing in on the lamp. All right. So the issue with this is that it receives the light from indirect illumination only. And for that, we need to create artificial lighting. Lighting that can help us with, well, that can push a little bit more indirect light into our scene. And to do that, we will need to, I will need to guide you through light creation in Unreal Engine. That is going to be our next chapter. All right, so let's talk about light and shadow, actually, because those come, come hand in hand, so to say. When creating lights in Unreal Engine, you need to understand that there are two types of, or rather maybe three types of lights that you can make. One is material-based lighting, meaning emissive material type. I will cover that in just a little bit. Second one is actual light sources, such as point light, rectangular light, directional light, and so on. And third one is HDRI lighting, meaning an image that is wrapping around your scene and producing light from basically all angles. So the image itself is producing light. In our case, for this interior right here, we will be creating just a light source to begin with. So I'm going to go in here, choose lights, and choose, well, not directional light, because we already have that. That's our sunlight, right? All of the rays of the directional light are parallel to one another. Rather, we will use point light. And I need the point light to be somewhere where we can actually see it, please. Oh, there it is. There it is. There we go. So that's our point light. And you can see that it's pretty intense right now. So I'm going to talk about the settings that you can change. First off being the intensity of the light. Let me reduce this to 1 candela, something like that. Of course, our camera readjusts. That's fine, or not camera, but viewport camera readjust. That is fine with us. So you can control the intensity of the light this way, right? With the with candelas. Light color, clearly, it's just, you can change the light to any color you want. Let me cancel out of that. Also, if you want separate RGB values, you can choose those. I will keep the light as white for now. Source radius is actually a pretty important, or sorry, attenuation radius is how far does the light calculation extend, and basically how far does the gradient of the light extend. So in this case, it's 10 meters. We can decrease the attenuation down to, let me do a meter, just so that you can see, right? So the light stops at this range. So let me do attenuation radius of 5 meters, something like that. Well, wait, 500, right? Something like that. Then we have source radius. Any light source in Unreal Engine can produce soft shadows. And I guess from school, you know that the larger the light source, the softer the shadow, right? So when it's cloudy outside, the light is actually being shone through the cloud, right? Meaning that the light source becomes much larger, so the shadows on the ground from you or from a cars or from anything become much softer. Same thing here. If we say that this light source has a source radius of, let's say not 5 meters, let's do 50 centimeters, you can see that all of the shadows became much softer, right? Just like that. So that's how you can control the attenuation, the source radius. There's other settings here, but I don't think that it's necessary for us to cover those settings until you need to learn the basics first. So that's mostly the point light settings that I usually change, the first 4. And then the next step is the actual shadow, right? Here you can see that the shadow of our light, let me make this a little bit slower. There we go. The shadow from this light is not that great. I mean, if I move this around, the softness, nah, that's not that fantastic. So how can we fix this? Well, there are two types of shadows, and if I just in my light settings, if I type in shadow, there's the possibility to cast shadow, but a much more important one is cast ray traced shadows. This setting right here. So there are two types of shadows. I believe the first one is cascading shadows or something like that, and the second one is ray traced shadows, right? So if I enable this, now this light, the shadows from this light are calculated per ray basis. So the shadows themselves become much more accurate. Let me close that. So cast ray traced shadows, I enable that and cancel that. Let me reduce the source radius down to like 10, and now move the light, and you can see that now this becomes much more accurate. Let's find actually a different kind of a instance where this would be even more apparent. Bear with me 1 second. Something like this. There we go. That corner right there. Shadow. Cast ray traced shadows. I'll reset it to default by clicking on this little icon right here. And you can see here now this edge, it's all shaky, it's all wobbly. Actually, this is doing a pretty decent job as it is. I guess that's because of our shadow, or not shadow, but light source radius. So if I increase this a little bit more, then you can start seeing the stair-stepping effect that it has, right? It's still sharp, but also it's soft. So now back to ray traced. Cast ray traced shadows, enabled. This is much higher quality, right? Of course, it comes at a cost. You do need to, like, your graphics card is working overtime when you're doing that, but I think that is definitely worth it. So that's that. Okay, let me delete this. Another, where is it? Lights. Another light type is spotlight, which is basically, well, it's pretty much self-explanatory, right? It's a projector-based light source that I'm trying to get in here. There we go. Projector-based light source that I will most likely add to this little point right here. So to add it, we do need to rotate it 180 or 90 degrees. No, 270 probably, yeah. And then rotate it here, just something like that. Move it in place. Position. 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 You don't need to be super accurate about it, but of course, let's make this even slower. And never ever have the light hit. Whoa, that I messed it up. Control Z. Never ever have the light hit the surface, like hide inside of the surface. That's never a good idea. By the way, notice how when I move this, immediately my light snaps to different surfaces. That is because when you're dragging something by the arrow, it overrides the surface snapping. But if you're not, then this surface snapping tool, I guess, or option overrides your movement and it starts snapping around. So keep in mind, this should be unticked. The surface snapping should be unticked when you're doing like precision movement like this. And we just add it there. For some reason this looks awkward. I think it needs to move down a bit. Yeah, something like that. All right, so that's our light source, the spotlight light source. And I'm just going to switch from default viewport to cinematic viewport and press F, I guess. Can't zoom into it, huh? Let's try, there we go. Just to see how it looks like. So cinematic viewport does not show the preview of the icons, basically are not shown with cinematic viewport. I'm just using it to evaluate the angle of the light. Seems a little bit iffy, so I'm going to change it up a notch. Okay, let me switch back to default viewport. Really hate that. Oh my god, I really hate that it's puts me here and that I constantly need to go back. Which one was it? Yeah, Cinema Actor 5 pilot. Oh, I can't pilot there. Great. Cinema Actor 5. There we go. Select this and we can continue. So with this selected, I want the area, the angle of the light to become less. So I'm going to change the inner cone angle and the outer cone angle first. So my inner cone angle is going to be, that's where the 100% intensity of the spotlight shines. So it's gonna be something around 5 degrees, and my outer cone angle is gonna be something like 26 degrees. Then just looking at where the light shines, I think this might be a much better kind of look for this. Okay, something like that. So 5 degrees, 27 degrees, maybe 30. Let's do 30. Then for the intensity, I'll reduce the intensity by quite a bit. 2 candela, something like that. Then for the source radius, I will increase the source radius just a tiny bit. Let's go for like 10 or so for softer shadows. And of course, I will type in ray and choose enabled ray traced shadows so that these guys are accurate, right? Once I'm happy with this, I'll stop piloting my camera. I'll take this light source, holding down the Alt key, I will copy it to the other side of the bed. Just like that. Easy peasy. There we go. By the way, if you want to hide these icons of the lights temporarily, you can also go to Show and find... Never mind. Never mind. Sprites? Lighting? Yeah, this you untick this. And then it does not show you the lighting sprites. All right, so now we have this going on for us, which is great. we still need to add a little bit more lighting from the outside, because if I actually let me do this cinema camera actor, let me just lock this in place just to have it here and make adjustments accordingly. Can we make this bigger? No, we can't. Okay, that's cool. So how do we add more light to the scene? How do we make that more light shine through the window that we have right here? Well, that is done with rectangular light. So I'll go into my lights. Under spotlight, there's rectangular light, and I'll just add one in, drag it out here, and just kind of look at it. You can see that the rectangular light, let me rotate it, shines only to one direction, in this case downwards. So I don't want that. I want it to shine towards my facade, like that. And I want its size to fit with the size of the window that I have. So there's going to be a little bit of adjustments. You can see that now in the interior is just a nuclear explosion. Let me reduce the intensity even more by 1 candela, maybe less, 0.5 candela, 0.3. Yep, something like that should do the trick. And let me move the light source closer. This is not a fast process. It takes a little bit of time. Once you have it, it seems to work. Something like this. And now let's change the size of our rectangular light. So to change the size, all you need to do is choose the source width and source height, right? So our source width is 64 degrees. That seems to be very close to what we want to see. And our source height is also 64, sorry, I said degrees, centimeters. So we actually want it larger, right? We want to extend almost to the ceiling. So let's do 200. 2 meters for the height. Something like that. Now, when I'm looking at my render, that seems a little bit better, right? Now, in terms of the size of our rectangular light, it already has size incorporated with it, so you can't really produce like larger light while the light actually has the size. So the shadow softness is directly related to the softness of the light, right? So that's what you get. If speaking of shadows, ray, and we use ray traced shadows for this, right? A little bit softer, a little bit nicer. If I move out my light from the window, you can see the reflections happening, which will mess up one of my scenes. So I need to make sure that the light is inside of my room, right? Something like so. Okay. So there's a lot of kind of mixing and matching of lights to make it work. Let me take a look at my other views to just see if it's not messing anything up. This seems to be fine. That view, oh yeah, that view is probably going to be okay, considering that there's two light sources already there that are shining light, right? Okay, so that's the rectangular light. We usually get those for indirect light situations where you want to boost the light amount inside of the room. In this case, camera number 5. Let me unpin that particular view. now let's switch to Cinema Camera Actor 4. You can see here that the light that I have is a little bit, you know, it leaves a little bit more to be desired. And that has something to do with the directional light that we're using. The directional light that we have, it comes from light environment, the sunlight. If I search for ray in here, it also uses cascaded shadows, so not ray traced shadows. So if I expand this, I can enable ray traced shadows, and now you can see that the shadows become much more accurate. And in terms of the frames per second, if I show the frames per second here, there we go. So it's 47, around 47 frames with second, it's 47 frames or 55 even frames with the ray traced shadows, and 16 frames with cascaded shadows. That seems to be weird. Something's fishy. I will need to investigate a little bit, because this should not be that. Anyway, we'll do that a little bit later. For now, this is much better. Let me switch to from cinema to, or rather stop piloting the camera, because I already messed it up, and zoom in to the wall to see what's up. How does this look like? Yeah, that's fine. 80 frames per second, huh? Ray traced shadows disabled. 43 frames per second. But of course the tree leaves become quite nice, quite lovely. So there's a trade-off between the two. You know, that this becomes much softer due to the size of the light source, right? So while this is accurate, it's maybe not something that you want. Right. There is, one second. Oh, nothing else here that I would like to change. Show modified properties. Cast ray traced shadows. Yeah, that's the only property that is actually modified, right? Okay. Now let's move on to materials. So creating lights with materials, because besides these types of lights, there's also skylight and sun and sky, which we are already, you know, I've already covered that with environment light mixer, so we're not going to do this again. I will talk about the environment lighting in general in the next step, but before I do so, let's talk about the materials, the creation of material that actually produces light. And for that, I will most likely just create another sphere. Shapes, sphere, there we go. For some reason, the sphere made everything a little bit brighter. Hey, it is what it is. And then I will make the sphere glow. By introducing a material for it. So let's go to materials and let's create a new master material. So right click, material, name it emissive master. Emissive master. Double click that. Opens up this new tab, which we will minimize. And here you can see that there is this emissive color option. So there's base color and emissive color. So I will create a constant 3 vector, which is a color, and I will make it, or right click on it and convert it to parameter and call it emissive color. And it's not just that, but I'm also going to take it and multiply by a scalar number, by some value, right? So that is going to be constant, just constant. Right click, convert to parameter, and call it intensity. And let's say while I have this selected, we can describe the minimum and maximum range of the intensity. So minimum is 0 and maximum, let's say, is 100. Something like that. Connect that to multiplication. Connect multiplication to emissive color. And that's that. You have yourselves a master material for any emissive color. Now it's not shining light because it's black, and black multiplied by 0 is very black. So I guess we need some default parameters. So default value, I'll just make it pure white, like that. And intensity default value, I will make it, let's go for 10. Something like that. Now it's shining light. Nice. Save. Close. That's my emissive master. Right click, create material instance. Emissive. I'll just drag it to the main material, move to the main material folder right here, and just drag it as my material for the light. Let's make the light smaller as well. Something like that. Okay, a few things to understand. First of all, did you notice that shimmering? You can still kind of see it, right? The shimmering effect. That is Lumen just losing its mind. So you can't light your scene with just emissive light. That's impossible. You can't do that. Emissive light will make it so that the scene, like you can have large volumes of emissive light with low intensity, then it's fine, as you can see here. But the moment the light becomes small, the light source becomes small, you will get this super grainy effect. And I think I can visualize it even better with Lumen Scene overview, right? That's, that's the problem. That's the issue. Because everywhere else, the light cache is quite decent, quite normal. Well, I say that, but then we look at this. Oh, maybe it's because, yeah, it's probably because of this light. And here it's just, a rave party. So make sure to not have that, right? Make sure when you're creating a light with an emissive material, you're actually also, let me switch back to lit, you're actually also right next to it creating a point light. Just like that. And this should not cast shadows. Cast shadow, turn that one off. Something like that, right? So now you have emissive light and you have a helper point light right inside of it. And now if I check the lumen thing, lumen scene, this is much better, right? It's still flickery from this, but this is much better. So keep that in mind. While you still can use emissive lights to get accents and so on, your main light source still needs to be these light sources, like proper light sources in your scene. So that's that. That's all about lumen. Sorry, all about light sources. Okay. If you want your shadows, so let's say you are cinema camera actor for piloted, and you're looking at the shadows and they don't look that great, keep in mind that this is still a preview, right? This is a preview of the scene, and there are a few things that you can still fix, that you can still change. So for instance, source angle, you can make your light source super sharp, so that there's no blurring whatsoever of the light, right? But I would suggest still having it, you know, still keeping it as a default value. So in this case, the directional light does not use source size or scale, I guess, but instead it uses source angle. And the larger the source angle, the softer the light is going to be. I personally prefer having a little bit softer light, so something around 1 does the trick for me. This is still a little bit grainy. If you want to get rid of the grain in the preview, you can use field of view, sorry, not field of view, screen percentage here. You can switch this to 100. Well, I don't know why it's 80% now, but you need to use 100% by default. Let me guess, this is going to be toned down as well? No, it's not. Never mind. So screen percentage 100, but if you want it really sharp, 200%. That's quite a second. Uh, 200% screen space or screen size, because that is really destroying my frames. Instead, I'll stick to 100%. Okay, so that's now that's all about the light. Let's move into talking about the settings and figuring out what kind of a settings in terms of quality we can change. Because I feel like there needs to be, yeah, we first do the settings and then I will show you the optimizations, and at that point we will start polishing the environment and everything and making everything look nice. So next step, settings. Okay, so in terms of settings, there are two options or two variations of where you change the settings in an Unreal Engine 5. Well, at least this kind of a global, all-encompassing light settings that we find to be important in architectural visualization. Global setting, such as the project setting, that's how it's called, is located right here under settings. Project settings tab, and that all of the settings that are here are will be applied to every level within your project, right? So if you have multiple levels, all of them will share the same project settings. So these are kind of global. Then you have local settings for any individual level, and those are usually described through the post-process volume, a volume that we've already created before. Right? So it's here, and all of the settings can be kind of written down here. I will cover both of them, but only the areas clearly, the areas that I find to be most important for a beginner user. So first of all, under settings, under project settings, let's do some global stuff. You will feel scared when you opened up this, but don't be. There's not too many things to change here, actually. The first thing to look at is your maps and modes list right here, where you can change what kind of map is used as a startup map for your project. So in this case, I've chosen building 1. So I want my level to always open up first when I open up the project, right? So that's thing number 1 to change. Then you have under supported platforms, I have unticked everything and only left Windows in because I'm not going to be messing around with any other of these platforms, only the Windows in this case. Target hardware, desktop maximum. Easy peasy for now. Then we scroll down until we see in engine, under engine rather, we see rendering. There we go, rendering. And here we find global illumination tab. Global illumination is indirect lighting that your scene gets from bounced light, and it needs to use lumen, right? So the calculations need to be done through the method of lumen. Make sure that that's turned on. Reflection method, also lumen. This is a very powerful tool. Reflection capture resolution 256 seems to be fine. You know, that chrome ball right there is not doing that great, but if you want to, you can increase this to 512. That's gonna be a little bit better, but lumen in general, the reflections from lumen are kind of meh, to be honest. We will be changing a few things here to make it a little bit better, but in general, I would suggest not using a lot of super shiny, you know, chrome-like materials when working in Unreal, unless you're going to be doing path tracing or ray traced reflections. Then it's another thing. But in this case, we're using lumen 512 for the resolution. Don't ramp up this too much. Ray lighting mode, we will use surface cache. So it basically, there are two variations to this: hit lighting cache and surface cache. Hit lighting cache it costs more, is better for I believe. I don't honestly, sorry, but I don't remember the differences between them. I just know that I use surface cache because visually the quality increase between surface cache and hit lighting for reflections is so minuscule that I prefer to get the additional performance from this mode. If that makes sense, I hope it does. Then for surface ray tracing mode, I don't use global tracking. Actually, I use detail tracking because global tracking tracks the rays from anywhere on the scene, while detail tracking only tracks for first 200 meters, I think, something like that. So I prefer using detail tracking here for, you know, how does the light travel, because anything that's further away than 200 meters, I don't really care. It's not going to be a big deal, right? Something like that. Shadow mapping method, virtual shadow maps. You always want virtual shadow maps, always. Support hardware ray tracing, have this turned on. Everything else, yeah, just as what you see on my screen. Nothing to, because by default we want ray traced shadows to be turned off, and we want to turn it on per light basis because they cost a lot, right? So we want them to be only used when it's definitely necessary. Says the guy who tick marked the use ray traced shadows for every single light that I have created up until now. Well, it is what it is. All right. That's honestly about it. in this case, yeah, nothing else to change here. Okay, now if we go all the way down here, down to platforms, windows, we will be presented with DirectX 3D 12 target shader formats. We use SM6, that is the newest one. You could use SM5 if you want to. I believe, one second, I believe SM5 was used for Unreal Engine 5.0, so that probably would be more stable one, but don't quote me on that, I don't know. I tend to use the newest ones though, so that's SM6 for D3, D12 and D3, D11, SM5. Much more importantly, default RHI is DirectX 12, not DirectX 11, but DirectX 12. This, if you have it set to DirectX 11, make sure to change it to DirectX 12 and restart your project. Okay, that's all the global settings that you need to change. Now for the local settings, so to say, or level settings. Go to your post-process volume, and here search for lumen, or rather we can also go into global illumination right here. So post-process volume, scroll until you see global illumination, expand that. Lumen, global illumination, ray tracing, global illumination. You get these settings right here, right? So you can tick mark lumen immediately as your global illumination, and then here you have all of the different settings that you can play around with, that you can change. I will only guide you through the ones that I find to be important. For this, I tend to turn on lumen overview like that, and I tend to look at the different color coding in my surface cache, for instance. Right? So if I tick mark lumen scene lighting quality, and I increase this to like 4, or was it lumen scene detail? I tend to increase them both to 4. The quality here should be a little bit better. Let's see if that helps. Does not really change that much, does it? Final gather quality. For that we will need to change the, back in here, we need to change to some corner here. Final gather quality, we can do 2, right? So if you have any area that is quite dark, the gather of lumen will be of higher quality. So 4, 4, 2. Lumen scene view distance, right? This is how far does it trace the rays. You can see that here I turn it to 1, so just to show you how it looks like when the scene distance is set to 1. So it's not being traced, it's all screen space right now. And back to, back to its original, that is 200 meters, like that, right? I'm not sure if YouTube is picking up, like if YouTube compression is not killing the things that I'm trying to show you, because there's so many things that are quite small on the screen. Max trace distance, again with distance set to 1, you can see that all of the tracing is now only screen space. You can definitely see this one, right? Like the global illumination is just garbage right now. Let me do this overview like that. And if I change the max trace distance to its original size, now it's tracing properly, right? At least that should be pretty visible. And then we have ray traced global illumination. We can change this to can we change this to more bounces? Yeah, we can, but we shouldn't. At least I don't think we should. So here, if you have a very dark room and you want it to have more bounces, you can have by increasing the bounce amount. Samples per pixel here, you can use more samples, but that's not really going to change much. It's much better to use higher resolution as you're rendering out. There are still some problems, especially here in this corner, but I feel like those problems stem from the geometry itself, the fact that the geometry is a single shell that is wrapping around. This should be exploded, then it would work much better. Perhaps it's also, let's check one thing, browse to asset, right click nanite and not build nanite for this, disable. No, never mind. Never mind. It's not a nanite problem. It's just this type of geometry that is messing up. That's okay. Still looks quite good, quite fine for that corner. All right, so in terms of the reflections and the lighting and so on, those are the main settings that I change. Let me go back to post-processing volume and check if there are anything else. Reflections, color grading, depth of field, lens flare. No, nothing else. So those are the settings that I change. I honestly, I can untick this. Honestly, the final gather quality, I could use like 4 or even more, but for this scene, since it has a lot of light, seems like 2 is absolutely fine. So I'm just gonna use that. Sorry, I've never changed this setting before, so I just wanted to see what it does. Final gather. Nope, we don't do those here. Okay, so in terms of the settings, we are done. Now it's time to talk about additional settings here. So first of all, if you see this kind of a problem emerge here, that usually has something to do with nanite, right? So nanite tends to optimize the geometry, but ray traced shadows and nanite sometimes mess up, especially if the geometry is not that clean, as you can see, from this. So how do you fix it? Well, you just need to disable nanite for this particular mesh. So for this brep, I will right click, browse to asset, find it, right click on it, click on nanite. Oh, you can't see. Whoop. Right click on it, click select nanite and choose to disable nanite. Bam, that's fixed. Same thing for this one, that's brep 5. I already see it here. Right click, nanite, disable. The shading is fixed. I'll go around real quickly trying to find other instances where nanite is being a bad boy. This is actually a good place for me to kind of showcase the difference in the post-processing volume. Notice that there's still a little bit of shimmer. Come on. There's still a little bit of shimmering going on around this area, but this is much better. Let me really quickly, to keep it pedagogical, show you how it looks like with these unticked. Right? Much worse, much more shimmering, right? And with lighting quality set to 4, scene detail set to 4, final gather quality set to 4. or set to 2. That becomes much better, right? Okay, so now for the foliage, let's talk about foliage a little bit. Let me turn this monster on and let's look at the foliage. You can see that as I am moving in, oh, and I should move myself back in here. As I'm moving in, the foliage changes its LOD, the level of detail, right? So as I move out, it becomes this kind of a messed up looking, bad looking mesh. As I move in, it looks a little bit better, but as I move out, bad, better, bad. Okay, so that's the first thing that we need to fix. It's that switching between the LODs. To do that, we will need to use this console at the bottom, and we will need to use a command. So write this down. R as in render, R dot ray tracing dot R dot ray tracing dot geometry dot instanced static meshes, and then in this list just find dot culling. The whole thing is r dot ray tracing dot geometry dot instant static meshes dot culling. Click on it, press spacebar, and type in 0. So the full command is r dot ray tracing dot geometry dot instant static meshes dot culling spacebar 0. Enter. Wait, was that? Oh crap, that's for the shadows. That's the wrong one. Actually, that one we also need to use, so that's fine. I'm just doing it backwards. The thing that you just entered, ray tracing dot geometry. 1 second. Geometry. Instant static meshes culling 1. The thing that you have just changed was the lack of shadows from the geometry that is further away, right? The geometry that is instant geometry that is not producing shadows, right? But it's still kind of would switch its LODs. Sorry about that. So let me do this again. R dot ray tracing dot, I guess I'm getting a little bit tired, geometry dot instant static meshes culling dot not dot but spacebar 0. Okay, that's good. And now the actual thing that I was talking about, the changes of levels of detail, we don't want that, so I'm just going to, and this is going to destroy my frames, but I'm gonna do it either way. Foliage, oops, you don't write it here, you write it in the console. Foliage dot force LOD, not without dot, yeah, you can see it here. Foliage force LOD spacebar 0. 0 LOD is the highest level LOD possible. Actually, that's fine. It was only like a 10 frames per second hit. That's not that bad. So now there's not going to be any awkward switching anymore. All right, now it's time to make it nice, make everything nice. So for that, I will need to download a few more assets, delete a few trees, place a few trees and whatnot, and just make this whole thing a little bit more optimized, a little bit nicer. Right now we're at around 20 frames per second when I'm looking at the forest, and we're gonna be at 19 actually frames per second as I'm looking at the forest, and once I'm inside we're kind of closer to 45 frames per second. Right, so let's make this a little bit better. All right, I guess time lapse time. Okay, so we need to talk. Today is the next day, and I have rebuilt the whole project from scratch in Unreal Engine 5.1.1 because 5.2 was being unreasonable. It was crashing constantly and super unstable. So now we have exactly the same project in 5.1. As I was rebuilding it, I was thinking if there were any changes between the two versions that I should note, and there were none. So anything that I have already taught you, that stays, right? It's you don't need to change anything. So here, let me just guide you through what was done. Are we piloting? No, we're not. Okay. So all of the materials, all of the different materials are exactly the same, right? As what we had before in the previous version. So that's done. The light, everything is the same, except the trees. I reduced the amount of trees, and by doing so, I increased the ceiling of how many like vegetation and mesh pieces I can have here in my scene, right? So now if I go to actor 0, or sorry, camera actor 0, like that, you can see that it's much more interesting. There's much more stuff going on, and it becomes much more atmospheric. So that was added, and it's all Quixel Megascans, by the way. Every single thing is free. Quixel Megascans library. Well, you saw the time lapse, right? So that's then we have another camera, camera 1, which is a zoomed in version of camera 0. So I'm starting to frame the views and starting to get the feeling of what do I wanna, and I should, why is this pinned? Oh, because it's selected. Never mind. There we go. I wanna get the feeling of, how I'm going to frame this and what kind of videos will I make with this program. So a zoomed in version, then we have actor 3. Again, Quixel Megascans. This is not even like a plate, this is a pottery thing, that doesn't matter. A few Kennel Bulla, and actor 2. You already seen this, right? So basically, at this stage, I would say we are, like in terms of quality, we're kind of 90% there. We have the surrounding environment, we have all of the materials set up, the light seems fine, the settings are okay. I mean, you might say that, well, here it's very jittery. That's fine. This is the preview. I want it to be to be jittery in the preview, especially considering that currently I'm using screen percentage of 80 rather than 100, just to make sure that it's not gonna crash while I am presenting. If I were to do 200% of the preview, this would look much better. Okay. With that said, I want to cover one more thing that is called Decals. Decals, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's called. I guess Decals, DECALS. And they are basically projected textures that you can project on top of any surface, right? So let's say this table right here, right? If I go to Quixel Bridge under, well, I already have downloaded a few, but I'll show you. Under Home, under Decals, you have all of the different tattoos, let's say, that you can add to your surfaces. And if we look at fabric, rag, no, not rag, something else. Oh no, is it trim? No, it's not trim. Is it under other? Yes, other table mat. You can find all of the different types of table mats that you can put on the table. The quality, of course, will not be the same as having a mesh, but these are very cheap in terms of the calculation computation, right? So you just download it, get it in your Unreal file, and then under Megascans, under Decals, you will see table mat here, right? Which has 3 different textures and 1 material instance. So for this material instance, all you need to do is you just drag and drop it in. And you can see it's now being applied. It is a big boy, ain't gonna lie, and it even applies to the camera, which is funny. It's a big boy, and it's being projected, as you can clearly tell, in a very kind of straight up way. So it just goes down. 1 second. Like that. So it just goes down, right? It's being projected down. Can you project it sideways? Yes, you can. You can just rotate it, 90 degrees. Come on. And if we move it closer to the wall, it gets projected on the wall. But we're not going to be doing that, right? Instead, we'll be working with the menus that we have here. So to make this work. So first thing is the size of it, right? We can reduce the size dramatically to something like this. That's much more reasonable. Perhaps even lower, around 20, something like that. And now, while the scale is correct, there's still a little bit of an issue with the texture being mapped onto our buns. So to fix that, we need to unlock the uniform scaling for the size and change the X value. Basically make the projection of the decal, make it very thin. So something like 0.2 millimeters. And then very carefully you move it until it hits the table. And once it hits the table, maybe it's a little bit too thin, 0.4. Yeah, something like that. You can see once it hits the table, it creates this texture on top of the table, right? So now you have a little rug. Again, the quality of it, or not rug, tablecloth, the quality of it is not going to be great, right? This is something that should be used from afar and definitely not for a close-up shot like what we have here, right? This is not, the edge of it is not going to look natural, but with that being said, it has a lot of use cases if you need to populate a lot of stuff in the far end of the room. I'll delete it though. I'll go in here to this facade and I'll add another. I've downloaded a mud stain decal and I'll just add it onto the wall and you can immediately see it being applied, right? Like that. And all I need to take care of is that it does not translate on the inside, because right now it's being slapped onto the inside as well, right? It goes, the projection goes through. So I need to change the size of it as per usual. And I will also need to change. So let's scale it down a bit. Move it over here, something like that. That should do the trick. And then let's make it, I think it's X, right? Yes. In X direction, let's make it quite thin. So again, 1 centimeter of thickness. Or actually, we probably need it a little bit more because our wood extends beyond 1 centimeter, so let's do like 5 centimeters of thickness and just drag it a little bit out. Let's take a gander. How does that look like? Can you even see it? I hope you can, right? The stains here, those just make it, the whole thing, a little bit more believable, right? So that's done. We have ourselves a little bit of a stain for a close-up shot. These are very powerful tools that you can use to get the extra, I said that we're at 90% of the quality that I would like to see. By using decals, you can reach you know, 92, 93%. How do you reach 100%? Well, you don't. You don't reach 100%. You can only strive to reach 100%. The closest that you can get is, you know, if you just populate the whole scene, if you have a lot of like micro textures here and there, and just kind of showcasing the building as if it was lived in, not just as a brand new space. But we don't really have that time here, so I'm going to, you know, skip over that part. But actually, I think I should show you the potential. So give me a second. I will show you another project that I'm currently working on, just to explain, and then we will continue from there. All right, so this is a project from my previous YouTube video on Unreal Engine, where we did, well, actually I can show you, I guess. Let's play in viewport. Oh, no. There we go. Where we can construct a staircase. And also when I talk, the character talks, blah, blah, blah. But the thing that I wanted to show here was actually the materials that that I've created. You can see as I move in, and let me make the viewport a little bit bigger. As I move in, the materials themselves are pretty simple, right? Pretty simplistic, but they have fingerprints and they have small scratches. I really hope that this is being picked up by, do you see them here? I really hope that this is being picked up by YouTube and it's not just sacrificed to the optimization, so to say. Oh, maybe here it's a little bit better, right? All of the different scratches and so on, they just kind of ramp up and they add up to make the whole space feel a little bit more natural, right? And the way that's achieved is by just creating more, adding more textures to, rather than one, to the roughness map of the material. Speaking of which, let's now jump back to our project, and let me show you how you can make a custom material with textures, because that's, I believe, quite an important thing to know. So creating materials in Unreal Engine, or creating texture-based materials in Unreal Engine, is not that hard, actually. You just need to know a few tricks. So under my materials tab, materials folder, master folder, I'll create a new material. I'll call it texture master, something like that. Or in this case, it's going to be my painting master material, so I'll just do F2 painting master, like that. Double click on it, and we're again presented with this node editor, right, for material creation. To create a painting, all I will need is a base color and a little bit of shine, right? So it will need to be a little bit shiny. Nothing else really is needed here. I mean, we could use a small bump in the normals, but for now, let's just keep it simple. So to add texture as your base color, you use a texture sample node. Texture sample, like that. And connect the RGB color to the base color, like so. Then, for the UVs, this is how much the texture is repeated. You will need to extract the texture coordinates of the object on which you're mapping, right? So we will use texture coordinate. Okay, we get the texture coordinates. Now we need to know how many times it needs to repeat. It's actually very simple. You drag out from texture coordinates and you multiply. So use multiplication, you multiply by a number, and whatever this number is how many times the texture is going to be repeated. So I'm going to create a constant value. I'll right click on it, convert to parameter, and call it UV tiling. UV tiling. How many times does it repeat? And connect it to B. My UV tiling, the default value should be 1, right? It just slaps on the texture, does not repeat it at all. Then slider minimum should be like 0.01 and slider maximum like 100. So it can be stretched out 100 times, it can be crammed in 100 times, right? So once this is done, we have our multiplied texture coordinates and we just connect them to UVs. And that's that. Now we have successfully created our texture sample node. For this to work properly and not give us this nasty error, it needs to have at least one texture, well, not at least one, but it needs to have a texture associated with it, or else it's gonna be, you know, always angry at us. And to do so, we will download a texture from the internet, which I already did. I just found a picture, like a painting of Malevich, from Malevich on Google, and I have downloaded it to the desktop. The way you import textures into Unreal is you just drag and drop them in. As easy as that, right? So now we have our painting of Malevich right here, and I will just, by having texture sample selected, I'll drag it over to the texture slot right here. Bam. Now the texture is applied to the sphere. In terms of the what if you want to be able to change the textures at runtime? Meaning, do you need to create different painting masters for different paintings? No, that's the reason why we are creating a master. This needs to be a variable. To make it into a variable, you just right click on the texture sample node and you choose convert to parameter as per usual. And you just call it albedo or diffuse, whatever you want to call it. Something like that. Now in terms of the specularity of the material, we might want to change it up a notch. So for the roughness, I will create a constant value, and I'll give it a number of, maybe this is gonna be static, so I'll just give it a number of 0.2. Or actually, yeah, let's connect it to roughness. Something like that. You can see it becomes much more glossy, almost like plastic. And I will convert this to parameter and call it roughness. And say that minimum value is 0, maximum value is 1. So the roughness goes between 0 and 1. That's it. That's all we need for this painting material. I'll save this. Close this. And then I will create a material instance of my master material, like so. Call it painting 1. Drag that painting 1 back into the material slot right here, just so that we have all of the instances in one place, and drag and drop it onto the painting here, right? So now in terms of the reflectivity of the painting, I can control it manually, and also if I want to change the albedo color to something else, I don't know, noise mask or whatever, you know, so to some other texture, I can easily switch to any texture that I want, either from this drop down box or by just drag and dropping in the texture here, right? And it immediately changes. So that's very nice. The roughness, we can increase or decrease the roughness to make it glossy. I would say 0.4 is probably a good bet for paper. And then UV tiling is how many times does it repeat, right? So I will keep it at 1. I don't need, you know, that famous Campbell's soup painting. I'm getting tired again, I guess. Never mind. We could add a rectangular light here just to make it pop a bit more, but I think that the way the light hits it is nice, so I won't be adding any artificial lighting here. Alright, so that's the painting, and then that's how you create a simple material, you know, with just the diffuse and the locked-in color. If you want a more complex one, then you would use the texture sample for the roughness, texture sample for other stuff. Okay, that concludes our material creation. Now, how do you import geometries from the internet? I have downloaded this branches and bases model from CG Trader. They have a lot of free models there, so you can just get them. And I've downloaded the FBX file. So let me close that and show you. Here we go. Wait 1 second. Let me extract it first. There we go. So that's what we get once we extract the FBX file, right? Or sorry, the zip file that we have downloaded. So now under geometry, I will create a new folder and call it assets, like downloaded assets. And here I will just create again a folder, or maybe we can, I never tried this. Give me a second. If this works, that would be nice. So I have, okay, that seems like it's gonna work. So I'm gonna show you. Oof. Clear, 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 close. Okay, delete that. So sorry. So let me try again, and this time explain what I'm doing. So instead of just drag and dropping everything, you can drag and drop the whole folder, and I will not be doing that. So you can just drag a folder and it's going to create a folder for you. I'm not gonna be doing that. I'll create a new folder and call it vases, and I will drag and drop all of the files into my vases folder, like that. It basically asks me a bunch of questions. The things that I want is to build nanite so that it optimizes quite well. I'm not sure about the scale, so I'm going to keep it the way it is. Create new materials, sure. I do want the materials for this particular object to be created preemptively. And everything else seems to be actually quite okay. So I'll just hit import all. The only thing that I changed, build nanite. Import all. Let's give it a second. And it's going to import everything, and depending on from where you're downloading your assets, it might be a very long and tedious task to fix them, or it can be very pleasant and very fast and nice. In this case, seems like we have 6 errors. Found texture name clash can be wrongly reassigned and re-import. Texture wood bark, vase ficus plant. And no smoothing group information. That's not that bad. That's okay. All right. So now we start assembling them, and let's go to the banana place right here. Let me save everything first because this might become a little bit tedious. And let's take a look at, well, where do we start? Perhaps with the vase. So I'm just going to take this one, for instance, the static mesh here, and drag and drop it in. The scale is definitely off, and not just the scale, also the nanite is really not having it right now, so we will need to fix a few things. The first thing that I want to fix is the shading, right? The shading here is because we're using ray traced shadows, and we're also using nanite, so I hope that it might play along well. It doesn't, so I'm going to right click on this vase, nanite, and I'll disable it. Right? Once I've done that, the shading is fine. Now on to the size. Well, the size is pretty simple to fix, right? We just take the scale and we probably it's gonna be 0.1, right? Seems like 0.1 is very small though. So we'll need to kind of play around with this number to get the scale going. Maybe something like that. Usually these things import quite well. In this case, they didn't. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, so we have our one of our vases in here. Now to get a branch in, just drag and drop it in again. No idea. Oh, there it is. There it is. Again, the shading issue is still here, so I'll disable nanite for the branch. Now it's fine. I will rotate it 90 degrees. There we go. And I will use a similar scale factor as what I'm using for the vase, 0.23. So here, 0.23. Right? Something like this. Let's move it in place. Take a look. That intersects. We don't like that. We might need to lift it a bit. Or maybe, just maybe, it actually needs to hook up through here. So there's a little bit of shenanigans that we need to do to make this work, but it seems like we're on it. This is gonna work. Okay, now in terms of the materials, you can see here, when I select the vase, it tells me material 92342. That's the material that it's using. Here's the material. I can double click on it, open it up, and I can see that it's a very, very boring material, right? It's just gray. Would you like to apply the changes? No, I don't. And for this branch, the material is even worse, right? Really ugly names. So first thing that I'm gonna do is I'll rename these materials to something more decent. F2 to rename, and I'll call this branch material. Like that. And for my vase, 9342, this one, I'll call this vase material. And I will not have them as material instances because this is just going to be a single type of object here, so I don't need to instance the material, so I'm just going to have them kind of brute forced in onto the geometry without really creating like proper instances or anything like that, right? So first let's fix the vase material. The thing that I'm looking at right now, or trying to figure out, is which one is which. I assume the base color here, I can just drag, oh, by the way, you can just drag the texture into your material slot like that, and it's going to create a texture sample. So I assume if I just connect it like so and hit save, that should work, right? Yeah, okay. That seems to be working quite well. So we have a little bit of glazing going on our vase. Then the next one is going to be roughness. Okay. Drag and drop, slap it onto roughness or connect it to roughness. You do need to save every time to see the change in the material performance. So now roughness is applied. Okay. The ink became less reflective. Oh, that's the base color. Oh, sorry, that's vase number 2. Which one are we dealing with here? Is this vase number 3 or vase number 2? Yeah, that's always an issue, isn't it? Vase 1. I assume that this well, we can always easily just switch them up and see which one looks the best. So let's see vase 2. How does that look like? Save. Well, that looks nice. What about vase 3? How does that look like? Did we switch? Oh, we didn't. My bad. Save that. Okay, so vase 3 is the simplest one. I should remove the roughness to actually see. Yeah, vase 3 is the simplest one. So I would say vase 2 looked the best, so I'm going to use that. It's like, as long as it looks good, you don't really care if it's the correct material or not. This seems to be quite, like, tiling quite well. So I'm gonna keep it like that. Okay, which means vase 2, we're using the normal, or sorry, the roughness of vase 2. And we're also going to use the normal of vase 2. You can see that it automatically switches to virtual normal here, by the way. Hit save. Will this look natural? It should. Ooh. Is the normal too strong? The normal seems like it might be a little bit too strong. So to make it less, you can always just take the RGB values and multiply them by 0.5 or so. Connect them like that. Yeah, that seems a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now with this done, and this looks very cool here. I love the grid effect. I wonder if the grid effect is a part of it though. Let's open up the normal. Yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. Okay, that's good. That's good. So that's the vase. Then for the, save that, close that. Then for the actual branch, let's scroll down, find our branch material, open it up. It's gonna be the same process, right? Wood bark. Wood bark. I guess that's gonna be the roughness. Is there gonna be like a... These two, and then we have these. Okay, so first we need to check if base color, if that even looks natural on here, or if we're using the correct wood bark rather. How does that wrap around? Yeah, that looks like it's wrapping around correctly. One second. Oh no, never mind. I'm not gonna explain this, but basically this texture is the correct texture. So if I add this texture here, now that wraps around really well. Okay. So that's our bitmap or diffuse. Now this is gonna be our roughness. I really want to have two screens when I'm doing this. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. But it is what it is. And then we have the bark, right? That's a normal map. Okay. So if I save this, and I will immediately close it because it's way too much. You can see how simple it is, right? You're just drag and dropping in the textures that you have downloaded. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. So we have ourselves a little tree situation going on here. If you want more, you can always just make a copy of this, rotate it, you know, something like that. Perhaps like that. Move it in place, to the place rather. Now we have two of them. I think 2 is too much though, so I'm gonna delete that. 1 is fine. 1 is fine. Okay, so that is how you can download stuff from the internet, texture it with the materials that come with it, and use the assets from the internet. With that being said, most of the stuff Quixel does have, so you don't really need to, unless it's some sort of a designer furniture that you're trying to get into your scene. Right. I think with this we are ready to start rendering. So let's do that. Let me show you how you can render out your scene. Okay, so before we render things out, we kind of want to address the warmth of our scene. I think it's a little bit too warm, so we're going to do like last minute adjustments with the, how's it called, the post-processing volume right here. So in post-processing volume, I'm going to find temperature. I'll enable it, and for our temperature I'll just drop it down considerably, maybe not that much, not by that much, but like down to 4000, something like that. This will just make sure that the stuff that we see is not overly orange, right? We don't want it to be orange. Okay, let's go back in here. Is 4000 too much? Maybe. Before we dial this one in, I want to do one more thing. I will go into the lights, environment lighting that I have, and I'll adjust the fog, because the fog that is being used here is a little bit too blue. It has that kind of an ugly bluish tint, very synthetic, very that typical, how do you call it, CGI fog. So I don't want it. So to get rid of it, I will go in here and I'll find volumetric fog tick box, and I'll tick it. And once I tick the volumetric tick box, you can see that that bluish tint disappears, and now the fog is calculated through as a volume. This hits the performance a little bit, but it should be a little bit nicer and a little bit more realistic. If you want more fog, you can always increase it. I tend to not have as much, and then if you want it to be quite low to the ground, you just increase the fall off. Those are honestly the main two things that we change. You can have God rays, you know, those kind of nice beams of light that are shining through the trees in Unreal Engine, but then you would need to sacrifice the shadows. the, how is it called, the ray traced shadows for that, right? And in my opinion, a trade-off of not having ray traced shadows versus having the beams of light, that's a bad trade-off. So we're sticking to this, right? To this. If you do want the ray traced shadows, if you do want the beams of light, then with volumetric fog, you would go to your directional light, which is the sun, and you would type in ray, and you would disable cast ray traced shadows. And then if you don't see it, just increase the volumetric scattering intensity to like 100, and then you'll definitely gonna see it. Okay. I will not be doing that though. So now with this fog here, I think we're very close with our warmth, with our temperature. This looks natural, this looks good. This is okay. Yeah, and this looks good. Okay. We nailed it. We nailed it the first time, the first try, sorry. So now, actually, let's save this and let me talk about how you can export things. So an important thing is that when you're exporting or when you're rendering out a still image from Unreal Engine, it's as if you're rendering out a single frame from a video. You have that and have that kind of a mindset, right? So it's a purely video-based rendering engine, and if you want a single render, you're rendering a single frame from a video. To set it up properly, you first need to set up the camera movements and camera positions. We already have the camera positions, but what do the cameras do over time? And that is controlled by creating is it here? 1 second. Okay, we're back. It crashed. But it's my fault. It's my fault. I decided that I'm gonna be smart about it and start downloading things, or start unloading the videos that I have already recorded into another hard disk, so it just couldn't handle it. Anyway, sorry about this. So I was talking about level sequencer, right? Level sequencers are objects or actors in your level that control animation of anything, including cameras. And you can drive your animation export by creating first an level sequencer and then using, I forgot the name, window, cinematics, movie render queue to render it out. And that's the process that we're going to be using. So first of all, we need to create a level sequencer. To do so, I will right click in my levels folder here. I will right click and I'll choose new folder like that, and I'll just call it building 1 sequences, or SEQ. Double click on that, right click, and here we need to find cinematics level sequence, this bad boy right here. Click on it. Let's call this exterior close-up. Exterior close-up. And let's do exterior far first. The camera that's far away in the and is looking at the facade. Let's do that first. So we have created a level sequence that is called exterior far. I double click on it. It opens up a new tab. So now I have content browser, environment light mixer, and sequencer tabs right here. And this one is called exterior far. Right. And let me become placed here now. And also let me make this a bit smaller. There we go, something like that. So with this sequencer, we can add a new track, like a new animation track. So that's the first thing that you always do, add an animation track. And you need to find what describe what is it that you will want to do. The thing that we're gonna do is gonna be called camera cut track. So it's gonna be a bunch of cameras. In our case, I'm gonna do a separate sequence for separate cameras, but you could do it for all of them at the same time in one, within one sequencer. Camera cut track. We do this. Camera cuts. This track is created, and to it we can add a camera. Click. Shows you all of the cameras that you have, and I believe mine is called the far throw camera is called Cinema Camera Actor 0. I click on it. Bam, it's added in. Great. So now what? Now what? Well, first of all, we need to actually look through the camera to know how it's being animated, right? So I'm going to click on this button here. Lock Cinema Camera Actor 0 to selected viewport. And now we're looking through the camera, right? It's the same thing as piloting the camera, basically. Yeah, at this point we're piloting the camera. I still see, you know, like a camera there and like a bunch of crap here that I don't want to see. So I want to switch from default viewport into cinematic viewport and click that Cinema Camera Actor button again. Now we will not see any kind of icons or anything like that. It's gonna be much cleaner. All right. Now, in terms of the range, we need to describe how long our animation for this camera is going to be. So here you can see that our range is described as 150 frames. 150 frames, 165 frames of working range and 150 of playback range. So if you want to make it smaller, all you need to do is just drag it back. You drag back the red, the red line, right? Up to the range that you want. So what is it that we want? How many frames do we want to render out? Well, that depends on the length of the video. In this case, first of all, we need to describe how many frames per second will we want. What's the frame rate? Cinema uses 24, so we're gonna use 24 instead of 30. That's written here. 24 FPS. If you want it very smooth, you can do 60 FPS, but that will just require, you know, more frames to be rendered, and we don't have time for that. So 24 frames per second for the cinematic look, right? Then we just need to multiply, right? So 4 times 24 is 96. So 120 frames would be 5 seconds, right? Something like that. So I'm going to say that my range goes up to, from 0 up to 120 frames. It's strange that this one is still saying 150. It should say 120. Yeah, because it stops at 120. Doesn't really matter. We're fine with that. As long as your range here is from 0 until 120, that's how many frames you're going to be getting. All right. Now, how do you create animations? You know, how do we move the camera around? Well, to do so, you need to add what's called a track. So anything that you animate needs to be done so in a track of its own. So for the Cinema Camera Actor 0, I'll add a track. I'll say that it needs to be a transform track because movement, rotation, scale is transformations. Click on that. This new track is added. If I expand it, you can see location, rotation, scale. We have these, and for location we have X, Y, Z location. Okay, before we start messing it up, let's go to frame 0 and let's describe, or rather let's create key point or key frame at frame 0. To do so, you just first of all go to frame 0 and then click, let's say, is it y-axis? Sorry, yeah, it's y-axis. Control Z. So for the y-axis, I'll just click on this add new key at current time, like that. And this little dot is created, right? So now it knows that at this frame, it needs to be exactly here, right? Then we go all the way to the end, right here, and we will move the camera. Actually, I kind of want to move it to the opposite side. Oh. Something like that. And we just, if you have this button highlighted, that means it's going to automatically add the keyframe. If you don't have this highlighted, then you might want to click that button here. So what we initially did was this animation, right? Slow moving, very casual animation. Notice how the speed of movement, the panning speed, ramps up, so it's not smooth. Or rather, it's smoothly ramping up and then ramping down. It's not constant, is what I meant, right? If you want it to be constant, you need to right-click on the keyframes, on these little red icons here. You right-click on them and you choose linear. Linear here, linear here. Now, the movement is going to be constant. Right? It starts with 100% of the speed. Okay, so this one, I kind of want it to be a little bit more towards here. Something like that. It should automatically overwrite whatever was before it if you have this highlighted. Yeah, that seems to be good. Is it too fast though? That might be a little bit too fast. So we could either make it longer or we could decrease the gap, right, that it needs to travel. I'm thinking of the gap decrease. So at 120 frames, perhaps we don't go that far. Something like this. Okay, that's how we add camera movement. You can also add stuff like focus, defocus, and so on. I'm gonna show you in another sequencer. So this one is done. I will save it. How do we save this? Save. There we go. We save this here, and we call it good. Let's create one more, and then other two I will skip ahead, right? Because it's just a repetition. So under content browser, I will create another image sequencer. Hello. Cinematics level sequencer, not image. Exterior, or do we do interior? Perhaps let's do interior close-up. Let's do the buns. Okay, so interior close-up, we take that, right? We're still piloting the camera, but that's fine. We will switch now. You can see that now this sequencer opens up, is opened up with a new interior close-up rather than exterior far. So we need to add another track, camera cut track. That's typical. Add a camera. I don't remember which one. 1 second, I need to check. Is it number 2? No. Is it number 1? No. It's number 3. Yep. Okay, so we add a camera number 3 right here. We're tracking it. Looks nice. That's pretty good food right here. And let's do a little bit of movement here and changing of the focus, right? So for the movement, I will add another track and call it or sorry, we first need to describe frames per second, 24, and the maximum range. So I'll increase the maximum range to, we did like 5 seconds for the last one, so let's do like 7 seconds for this one, I guess. Yeah, let's do 7 seconds. So 7 times 24. 168. Okay. Oh, so this should be enough. Okay, whoops. Never do that. 168. That's the necessary range. There we go. So it starts at 0 and it's gonna end at, or should end like 168. Oh, that's 169. There we go, like that. And I will also, of course, extend this to until 168, like so. Okay, with this done, now we can start adding tracks. So first of all, transformation, transform track, and we will be using location and perhaps rotation. I'm not sure. First, let's do the location though. So for this, I am going to get the 0, 0, 0 coordinate, and I am just going to move the z-axis to something like this, and click on the add keyframe icon. And then let's say at 120, it should already arrive at the buns. So at 120, it goes down, 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 and bam, it snaps into and then shows the buns. Let's take a look at how this plays out. That's too fast. That's way too fast. We don't have the the frames to do so, so instead we're gonna do this. Play. Needs to start full blast, so that's gonna be linear, but then needs to smoothly stop. So that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, and it kind of just stays there, right? Or maybe it does not just stay there, rather it goes to here, and the framing is just a little bit off, and then until the last frame, come on, 68. Oh, we're at 69. Nice. That's fine. Until the last frame, it goes even further down, like that. And then this needs to, let's just see. So as you can see, this is a lot of just trial and error. Okay. Perhaps a little bit faster here. Okay, so let's say that this is fine, right? Now we are going to do a little bit of focus shenanigans, and to get the camera focus and animate that, we need another track, right? So our transformations are done. We need another track, and that one is actually going to be coming from the camera component. So all of the settings of the camera can be accessed through the camera component right here. Click on that. We have the camera component, and we add a track from the camera component that is going to be called focus settings, not offset, manual focus distance. This one. We add that. Now we can animate the manual focus distance. So we know that at this frame, at the last frame, it definitely needs to be in focus. So I'm going to just add a keyframe here. And it needs to be in focus for a while, right? So I want it to be already in focus here, actually. So something like that. But then as it goes out to here, I want the ground to be in focus. So I'm going to just change the value. Something like that. Let's play, let's see. Okay, the value that we have here needs to actually start, the focusing up needs to start at around here once you already see the croissant out of focus. Then punches in. There we go. Okay. We are done with sequence number 2. Now sequence number 3 and sequence number 4, I'm going to do those off camera and we will continue on from there. All right, we are ready to go. There's one thing that I want to still show you before we start describing the settings for the rendering, and that is going to be the light. Right now I have this kind of animation. Let me play this. I just want to see how it's going to render out, because I've never tried anything as intricate as this. And with this animation, you can see that the light changes. So how did I achieve that? Well, actually I had to go and add another track that was called, one second. Where is it? Oh, there we go. The first one, of course. Actor to sequencer. And here I had to find the directional light. Right now I don't have it anymore because it's already added in. And then once I've found that, I added the transform track to my directional light, and from there on out it was just changing the rotation values and animating the rotation values, right? So that was pretty fun. So just keep an eye out that you can animate literally anything in this with this image sequencer. So that's what we have here. Okay. Now, with these done, we have the 4 different interiors or shots, I guess. Goddammit, sequence shots. And now it's time to actually render them out. So, to do so, we use a new tool that is introduced in Unreal Engine 5, I believe, has been introduced in Unreal Engine 5, at least the stable version of it. And you can find it through Window, Cinematics, Movie Render Queue. This will open up a new window, Movie Render Queue, where you can add tasks for it to render. So you can add all 4 of these sequences to be rendered out one after the other. A very, very useful thing, by the way. So let's add it. Click the plus sign for the render. And let's go with exterior far, right? That's going to be our job that we're going to be working on. Movie Render Queue basically has all of the settings for rendering that you might need, right? So we will be adjusting these settings right here. You don't need to change anything in the pipeline, that's fine. But for the settings, we do need to make a few adjustments, quite a few adjustments actually. Once you click on the settings, here you can see the different parameters that are being used. And I will touch upon the output in just a second, but first keep in mind that you can add more settings to an already existing setting list, right? So for us, we want to add, let's see, anti-aliasing setting for sure. anti-aliasing. We want to add console variables setting. We want to add well, if you are familiar with EXR, working with EXR images, like higher bit depth images, then I would suggest using EXR sequence rather than JPEG. But in my, like for me, I'm using JPEGs for this kind of a project, right? So I think this is going to be fine. So we have JPEG sequence. We have, so that's what it's going to be exporting. Rendering, deferred rendering, that's fine. Let's see if disable multi-assembly. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to change anything here. Anti-aliasing though, we do need to change things. So spatial sample count, we keep this as 1, but for temporal samples, we need to increase this to 32. This will make it so if the product of some yes. So what this initially will do is it will bump up the anti-aliasing, the stair-stepping effect, or elimination of stair-stepping effect in crooked lines. It's going to eliminate it much better than what you see in the viewport. But for this to work, it even says so here in the warning. You need to override the anti-aliasing of the project to none. Yeah. Then we need to render warm-up frames. And for warm-up frame count, I think 32 will be just fine. So what it's going to do is the first 32 frames that it renders, it's going to throw away. It's just going to gather information about how things are moving, how everything works, right? So you will not see a dip in quality at the start of your animation. This is quite important. So do this. Then for console variables, well, unfortunately, we will need to write some more console variables. It's not going to be that bad. Actually, if you can copy and paste from one website. If we just Google movie render queue Unreal Engine, the doc files of it, and we scroll down all the way to here, exporting media using ray tracing. These are the 4 commands that you need to write. So you just Google movie render queue and you will quite easily find them, right? Just keep in mind, and I'll do this right now. I'll just copy, and notice how I'm copying only the first line, and I'm not copying the 0. That's because when I console variables, when I add an element to console variables, here I add the command line and here is the 0, right? So like that. One more. Where is it? Hello. Global illumination accumulation, that's gonna be 0. One more, or rather 2 more. I'll preemptively add. Okay, I can't. I need to add it one by one, unfortunately. That's fine. Reflections denoiser, we turn that one off. And this is basically us turning off the denoising. That's done with ray tracing. Nope, that's the wrong button. Denoising, automatic denoising, that's done with ray tracing, just so that the anti-aliasing, that the stuff that we do with like ray traced anti-aliasing, that takes care of it, especially if we are going for high resolution, high sample count. Okay, so those are the denoiser settings. Then for there's two more things that I want to add. It's or is it one? Let me think. Should I show you all? Ray tracing, skylight denoiser, those are fine. Yeah, there's nothing more here. Okay, so yep. So I will just add one more variable right here, and I'll call it R screen percentage 200. What this will do is it will take the screen as it's rendering, and it's going to increase the screen to 200%. So if your output is let's say 1K or 2K, then it's going to render out 4K and it's going to squish it back to 2K. If your output is 4K, then it's going to render out 4K and 8K, and it's going to squish it back to 4K, right? So that's this just bumps up the quality quite a bit. It's also like it hits the RAM a lot, so be careful with this. Definitely save first before using this. If this is crashing, then just don't use it, right? Okay, so then we finally get to this export or output settings tab, where I can describe the output directory, where I can describe the file name format and the resolution, right? Let's see. Yep. Okay. So in terms of the output resolution, we can write down any resolution that we want. I personally would like it to be 4K, but I'm scared of rendering out 4K. Well, maybe let's try YOLO 2160 4K and 3840 if I remember correctly, right? 3840 by 2160. That's gonna be our resolution. And then for our output directory, I'm just going to go for my rendering folder. I'll call it new folder, UE5 output, like that. And perhaps new folder, which scene is this? This is gonna be, oh, never mind. It's gonna create its own folder, exterior far. I'm stupid. So UE output right here. Yeah, it's gonna be sequence name dot frame number. That's good. Okay, so with this done, I think we're good to go. So I'm going to save this preset that we have created, right? Save as preset. I'm just going to save it in my, let's go for content, sure. Or let's go to levels and sequences here. And I'm just going to, yeah, sure, just save it as my pipeline config. Okay, with this done, I hit accept, and now I can click the render button, which I'm scared to do because I'm also recording. I should probably, right? I should. Oh, one more thing before we actually crash our computers. Let me save all here. Let's go in to settings again. And if you want to render out just a single frame, then you can use custom playback range, and you can describe, you know, I want to render out frame 5 and 5. Between 5 and 6, right? So it's going to render out only the frame number 5 of your render. So that's quite useful if you just need a still image. Usually you just render out 0, 0, right? The first frame. Anyway, accept. Let's see, render local. Let's see how this is going to work. Task manager. Let's immediately looking at the performance. Oh yeah, it's gonna compile the shaders. The graphics card is being hit almost fully. RAM, 22 gigabytes of RAM, so it's not that bad. CPU, all cores working. Okay, that's actually not that bad. And while it's calculating the shaders, I don't want to waste anyone's time, so I'm just going to stop the recording right now, and I will start it again once it's done. Here we are. So I did have to kill the variable, the 200% screen space variable, simply because it, it would just use up all of my resources and it would just crash. So apparently I can't render this out in 8K, but I can render this out in 4K. Here's all the renders here. So the rendering took 30 minutes, which is, for an animation, that's really not that bad. And this is how it looks like. Of course I'm going to be showing the full animation once we're done, but before we can see the full animation, we need to render the rest of it, right? So to render more than one job, first of all, I'm going to disable this one so that this one does not render again. But to render more than one sequence, you just need to add them. So exterior near, interior close-up, interior normal, and you just need to add the, well, by default it already is using the settings from the one that we have already used. So that's great. Don't really need to add anything more, which is awesome. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, that's good. We don't have the 200%, and I'm going to just hit the render local. If you have problems, or if your computer can't handle 4K, then try 2K. If you can't handle 2K, then one of the versions of how you can still render it out is by using remote rendering, which will open up a separate program to render this out. Like, it's going to open up as a separate task, and then you just close the Unreal Engine editor to make sure that there's enough RAM for the actual rendering. So render remote, quite useful, but in this case I'm just going to use render local. I will not be pressing this button without stopping the recording. So first stop the recording, then I press the button. Once it's done, we're gonna look at it and talk about it. We're done. Here are all the frames. So this took around an hour, a little bit less, 40 minutes to render out all of the 4 animations. And now we can get them finally into DaVinci Resolve. I will be using DaVinci Resolve to combine them into working video, but if you have, let's say, Adobe Premiere or any other software that can combine them, use that. The reason why I'm showing it with DaVinci Resolve is because it's free. It's a free software that you can download. It's DaVinci, like the Leonardo da Vinci Resolve. Okay, so once you're in DaVinci Resolve, go to the Media tab right here in the bottom and navigate on the left top hand side, navigate to the folder where your images have been rendered out, where the frames are. And you will notice that these are regarded as separate files, right? As separate images. That is a no-go. We need them to be sequences. We need them to be considered as sequences, because now if I, let's say, select these and I add them here, they are still, separate images. Bad. So how do you do that in DaVinci Resolve? Well, you click on these 3 little dots here and choose Frame Display Mode, Sequence. And now DaVinci will understand this as your as proper animations, right? So now we can actually come in here, drag and drop them in, into your media pool, go to cut. It's actually 1 second, I'm gonna check one thing. Proxy media, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so then we just take this, add it to our timeline. So I think we start with the facade. Is this crashing? Wait, oh no, is this crashing? No, it's not. I just got scared there for a second. So we add this to our timeline. We can check how it looks like. Seems great. Okay, let's stop. Let's stop the render. Let's add more. I don't remember how to zoom out. I use Premiere. That's fine. So, okay, we have the zoomed in version here. Perhaps we can then do... Let's do a zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. I think that's... Or maybe zoom in, zoom out, zoom out, zoom in. So this is our second frame right here. That's fine. Then we get our interior shot right here, and then let's add our final shot right here. Okay. Don't remember what those do. Anyway, we have now successfully added all of our images here. Then we can of course go to like add some color grading to them and so on, and like cut, paste, edit them, yada yada. I would suggest that you first get the hang of the actual rendering before trying that out, but DaVinci Resolve definitely is a strong, a very strong piece of software to use, and you can create a lot of really good color graded visuals with it, right? Even professionals use it. So in terms of the, let's say, the curves and whatnot, I can ramp them up a bit or tone them down here. That's the only thing that I tend to adjust. Maybe something like that. Perhaps this drops down a bit, lifts a little bit there, and then this one, hard to say. This one actually is pretty close, just a little bit darker. And then here you can play around with the saturation, the gain and whatnot, right? So you can make it overly saturated. Don't though. I think in terms of saturation, this one is quite nice. These pastel colors here are quite nice, so I'm gonna keep it the way it is. This one might need a little bit of a boost, so maybe 60. This one, well, it's all super subjective, so making a tutorial on the color grading is definitely a bad idea. I would probably also do 60 here, and so on, right? We don't want to spend too much time here. So basically, after you've color graded it and you like what you see and everything looks great, then it's time to actually render it out, which is the deliver button right here, where you can write the name, file name, building 1, location. I'll just record it or export it into desktop, rendering, just do my rendering here, save that. Okay, doesn't want to save that, there we go. Then here for the format, we tend to, like, the best case scenario is MP4 H.264. I think that that's the most stable one. Frame rate 24 frames per second as expected. I think that's that. Oh yeah, and here I forgot to mention that here you have already presets that you can use, right? So in my case, I can use YouTube preset, and I can say that it needs to be 4K resolution, and it's going to give me all of the different settings that I need. Sorry, I forgot about the presets. Anyway, now it's time to just add it to the render queue. Now it's here, and then I can just, once I'm ready, I can send it to render. Now it's gonna render. So am I lagging? I'm not lagging. Okay, that's good. So once it's done, we will be able to take a look at it. You already have seen it because I will be putting this at the start of the video. Oh, that was fast. I'll be putting this at the start of the video, but now we can actually take a gander together and see what could be improved, what's good, what's bad, right? So with 32 samples, there's still a little bit of flicker in the very small areas. Let's go back a bit. See the flicker there? So there's a bit of flicker in the small areas, and also it seems like the compression, the color compression here is quite heavy. Let me take a look at the actual frames to see if it's the frames or if it's DaVinci. So which in this one, zoom, open up. No, it's gonna be DaVinci because this is much cleaner. This looks much better. So we just need better quality, right? Frame rate, the format, everything here is fine, but it's being compressed too much. So I would say let's go directly to YouTube. Why doesn't it give us more settings? Or yeah, we probably need to use custom export then to get the settings in. So what I would do is probably just go for high main. Yeah, there we go. Quality best, or maybe even restrict it to a much higher value than this. Something closer to 24,000 kilobytes, so 24 megabytes. Yep. Besides that, you know, you can always go for a different type of export here as well, and just see if it's gonna work or not. Sorry for jumping around. Just I absolutely hate it when the compression just eats up all of the nice things that we had. I will re-render this actually, because screw that. We're not using that. That's way too bad. Give me a second. All right, there we go. Now we have two files. One is called building one, the other one is called good. The settings for the good file, and you can see that it's, by the way, 10 times bigger. The settings for the good file are as follows. I use the custom export, and here I only changed the quality setting to be best and encoding profile to be high. Everything else is the same as what we had before, right? So with those settings, I get you know, not so optimized video, but at least the quality now is much better, right? So there is, yeah, the the jitteriness is still very much present. You can see the grain gets kind of blown out, and especially here, let's go back a bit. In this area, the noise in the shadows is still very much present. You can't completely get rid of it. You can only kind of work on it to reduce the effect of the noise in the shadows, the soft shadows, when using ray traced light. But I think that for, you know, this, whatever we spent, I guess the recording is going to be around 4 hours or so. For like a 4-hour recording, this is decent. This is good enough, and definitely you can use this to show to the client, you know, the vibe of your building. If I had to take a step back and redo some parts or enhance some parts of this project, then I would definitely be spending more time on the small scale details, and I would most likely be using 64 samples for the 64 temporal samples. I'll show you what I mean. I still have Unreal open. Let's go to window. Where is it? Cinematics, there it is. Movie render queue, pipeline, temporal sample count. Here I would probably use 64 just to get that crispiness going. Maybe 48. Besides that, I think this is quite successful, and yeah, that concludes the complete beginner level tutorial. Now don't leave, there's an extra, there's a small little extra here. Let me close DaVinci Resolve and let me show you how you can import stuff into, let's do that, how you can import stuff into Unreal Engine from other projects, and not just stuff, but import functionality from other projects. So let's say I want this to become a third person player game, or first person, right? How do I do that? Well, I can click on this add button here, and I can choose add feature or content pack here, and I can add first person content. Just click on add to project. Bam. This just gets added in just like that, easy peasy, right? And now I can change the game mode to be first person once I press the play button. To do this, we need, I think we will need to restart, but let's just check the project settings first. I think it's under modes, yeah, maps and modes, game mode base, blueprint first person game mode. Will this just work? Let's try, play. Yep, seems like it's gonna work, but we're being spawned in a very awkward place and we just dropped through the ground. So I need to create capsule, or not a capsule, but a player start node right here. Place it somewhere here, something like that. Press play. I just drop, don't I? I think we might need to restart the browser, the editor. Let me try one last thing. Browse to asset right here, and let's just say these two assets, or rather all of these assets. Let me try and add I right click on them, I choose asset actions. If this will work, I will then explain it. If it won't, then I'll just say, well, it is what it is. So asset actions, I will type in collision, and collision complexity, I'll change this to simple collision as, or sorry, complex collision as simple. File save, play. Yeah, there we go. We're standing. We're standing and we are now walking. Yay. So now this is a first person game, right? And with this I can I didn't add collision to anything else, so we probably should do that. Basically adding collision is very simple. All you need to do is just select the objects to which you want to add collision. So in my case, I will be choosing, you know, most of these objects. Maybe not the pillows. Right click on them. In the, how's it called, content browser, right click, asset actions, bulk edit via property matrix. It means that we're just editing all of their properties all at the same time. This will take a little bit of time to load in because we have so many objects. Finally it does so. 1677, right? Then I type in collision. Change this collision enabled, or sorry, change the collision complexity to complex collision as simple. What this means is that the Unreal Engine will use the geometry of these objects to calculate the collision, right? Then we save. All of them will be saved in. And now, once we enter the game mode with the play button, we will be able to run around and then kind of just explore. Just give it a second though. There we go. Now we're cooking. Let's press play. Take a look. We're at the wrong side of things. Whoa. It's a little bit blurry. Go inside because glass is a thing that we can't also go through. But we can easily like investigate the little greenery, the foliage, the trees, you know, take it all in, enjoy it. So that's how you can easily convert, you know, to VR, to whatever you want, right? Whichever how do you call it, functionality you want. I will be doing more tutorials on, you know, architectural visualization and not just, because I feel like Unreal Engine has much more like potential as a software, but I will be doing much more tutorials with it paired with Rhino, with Grasshopper. So make sure that you subscribe and follow along. And again, if you want this file, this beautiful file that I've been working on, consider becoming a Patreon supporter, because those guys got these files for free. Well, not really, because they're supporting the channel, right? But either way, I should stop talking. Thank you for sticking around until the very end. I'll see you around. Bye.